Hello, everybody, and welcome to Mad Lads Live. We're back with the Nuggets, with our Nuggy boys once again. Woo, woo, lad. Look at him, Don Tony McChicken back for another round. A thought occurred to me the other day while I was, I say the other day, a thought occurred to me yesterday while I was playing my dwarf run that I think everybody should get a fun, like, mob style nickname in their thing. So we have Bugs the Smiler Jones, right? And a thought occurred to me that we should be giving everyone these names. Okay, everyone should have these names. So I think slowly, like maybe one at a time, we're going to send our guys back to the UC, back over to Stout, and we're gonna give them unique names. We're gonna give them those mob names just for shits and giggles, just for shits and giggles. Got to make sure everyone's got their title right. We got Bugs the Smiler Jones. We got Cosmic the Cosmic the Goat Yak. We're gonna give everyone unique names. I thought it'd be fun. That'd be a funny idea. How is everybody tonight? Cosmic, how are you? Sparky, how's everybody? Hope everybody's doing well. We're gonna speed this up because we gotta start getting work on Chateau McChicken. Dragon, how are you? I'm glad to see you, my friend. Glad you're here. Happy to have you. Your Cosmic Sun. Yeah, alright, so we're mostly working on building materials. It's funny that both of our playthroughs are kind of in a similar spot right now, in the sense that they're both doing doing building. Like that's the primary thing that we're doing right now. Because we're rebuilding on the dwarf playthrough. Alright, so metal fencing. Just stumbled across the Lord monologues and realized he was live. That's me. How you doing? Tony, how are you? Tony the White Run Guard. Are you how are you doing? How for art thou? Taken any arrows to the knee lately? How much of this is traversable? All right, so first of all, we need to discern how much of this is traversable, so I know what we have to block off. Obviously, this area is traversable, but how much of this is? Can't come down here. Good. So this section right here is. I do believe they'll be able to come up here, so we should honestly just wall off this whole area or use a building to block that off. It is not a Shem base. I don't do Shem bases. No. We are basing just outside of Stout in the spine here. Okay, we're in the spine. It's in between the Cactus Den, which is where the Sand Ninjas are, and Tengu's Vault. We're in this little alcove here. I did it because it has a nice... I do stream in ultra wide, yes. I did it because there's a nice natural defense right here with this circular wall area. And it gives it a nice... it's less things I have to wall in, is what it is. Nice natural defense. And because we're a Mafia, we're kind of low to the ground. Cosmic, thank you for the gifted memberships. Once again, the absolute goat. Cosmic, the goated yak. By the way, yesterday you said you were going to get Rex for the Nugget Mafia. I will get Rex for the Nugget Mafia. I will make it happen. I will make it happen. I will make it happen. You're gonna have to remind me of the details, because I am a forgetful man. But I will make it happen. Whatever I said I was gonna do, I will do it. You might just have to remind me of the details. All right, I gotta see if you can get up here at all. I don't think so. I don't think there's a natural... There is a natural way to get up here. Okay, so we're gonna have to wall off this section here as well. So what I'll end up doing is putting a wall that actually extends all the way around the top here. Around through here and then up. So it is still walled in, but it does have the thing here. It makes streams and videos have such bad quality on non-ultra-wide monitors. It has black bars on the tops and the bottom. I mean, there's not much I can do, unfortunately, at the moment. I can fix it later. Eventually when I start dual streaming to Twitch, I'm going to end up downscaling, but at the moment I'm only streaming to YouTube. YouTube does fix it for does adjust it to native resolutions. It does have the black bars, but I mean, there's only so much I can do at the moment. I don't really want to shift the format of the stream itself around too much mid series, but once I start dual streaming to Twitch, I'll flip it over. Yeah. Okay, so I do plan on switching over to 1920 by 1080, but at the moment I'm just doing my native resolution on YouTube. Once I switch over to Twitch, because they don't, Twitch crops it. If you try to go ultra wide, it'll do it. Yeah, the downside is that I'm not playing 21 by 9. Yeah, I mean that's part of it. Also, it's part of it's just a quality thing. Eventually I'm gonna fix it. Eventually I'm gonna run it and play in 16 by 9. But I'm gonna wait until I start dual streaming to Twitch, just because it's you know it's the choice that I made. We'll get there. We're getting there. It's a process. Also, a lot of people tend, the vast majority of my audience actually watches my streams on their phone, and on the phone, the 21 by 9 is like mint. It's perfect. So I mean, it just kind of depends. I understand what you're saying though, and I do plan to fix it at some point. I just haven't quite gotten there yet. Okay. So, let me turn my vibrate off my phone. Time for that. There we go. All right, so we need to build our gates and we need to put up our walls. Defensive gate. Put one. Do I want to put it right there? Or do I want to put it right here? Probably like right here. Extreme should be 5x4 trust. Like I said, I do plan on fixing it eventually. When I start dual streaming, I'm going to have to. Twitch isn't going to let me not do it. I just haven't gotten to that point yet. So it will be something that gets addressed, just not quite at the moment. Kind of taking it baby steps, one step at a time. We're going to pick a shitier gate. Bad. Yeah, I mean, it's not my favorite entrance, but it's kind of just a temporary one. Back to the dramatic lore monologues I go. That's what I do. That's what I do. That's what I make. If you have any questions about the lore and you want me to go on a dramatic lore monologue, I can. It's just someone's got to ask me a question to make me go on one. Sometimes I need prompts. I don't just go off on the lore. I gotta be prompted, guys. I gotta be prompted. I require prompting. That's all. Should be a good enough wall, I think. Yeah. All right, and then we'll get the walls going too. Not the swamp walls. Those suck. Those are bad. Those are real bad. Here's a question about the lore. Where did the tech hunters originate from? I don't think the tech hunters have a specific origin point. I think the tech hunters just started as an organization of people trying to find old world tech and sell it, or use it for the purposes of reconstructing the timeline of history. Because a lot of Kenshi's timeline was lost during the Age of Chaos, between like the ancient history. Because we actually know a decent amount about the Second Empire, right? And even Kenshi historians in game know a decent amount about the Second Empire. Where a lot of things get lost in translation is oftentimes the first. And the tech hunters have always struck me as the kind of group that were put together for the sake of unearthing some of that old story behind some of the tech and like the First and Second Empire. So it could have been something along those lines. The understanding and requisition of technology for the better understanding of history. Or it could have just been something as simple as a bunch of people that realized, hey, shit, I can make a lot of money if I go to old Empire ruins, if I go to First Empire ruins, and I can, like sell and find old world tech and sell that tech. One of the things I saw in your lore videos, I don't remember the context, but you said skeletons have lived since the First Empire, which I'm pretty sure skeletons are Second Empire and on. Incorrect. Skeletons were all made during the First Empire. So what happened was the First Empire was a civilization that had a lower population of humans and a higher population of skeletons, and the skeletons were used as a labor force. They were made in the Floodlands. They were created by a hyper-advanced civilization that likely had things like spacefaring technology, things like that. We have evidence of that through things like the space elevator, the eye satellites, like a relatively large-scale civilization on the Kardashev scale. And Kenshi was likely a colony or a mining colony or something of along those lines. But the skeletons were their labor force. And The skeletons were made in the Floodlands using mass production technology. And they acted as the primary labor force for manufacturing, for mining, for all of that stuff. No, I mean, as in alive. There's no skeletons alive since still in the Kenshi world that have lived since the First Empire. No, well, I'm getting there. Let me explain. I'm getting there. So, at the end of the First Empire, the Empire told the behemoths, right, these skeleton behemoths, to march into obedience after the end of the Big War. At the end of the war against the what we presume as being the natives of Kenshi, the large bones and the large kaiju sized bones that you find in the bone fields. The behemoths were created to deal with that threat, that impending issue. They dealt with them. They marched them into obedience because they didn't need super weapons anymore, and they encased them in metal. So after they encased them in metal, the skeletons saw it as a betrayal. They had betrayed their most loyal soldiers, their most loyal followers in the forms of the behemoths who marched into obedience willingly. And the skeletons started a massive upheaval, a massive rebellion, and it was quick. It was really fast. And they drove humanity to the brink of extinction. And I'm actually releasing a short in a couple of days where I explained that brink of extinction was very likely the result of, let me confirm that. And then that extinction was very likely the result of a nuclear winter. Okay, and we know that because we know that Stobe, the one surviving behemoth, ended up dying, protecting humanity, and he was viewed as the savior of humanity by the humans of the Second Empire. So Stobe dies. He dives in a place called Stobe's Garden. Okay, and in Stobe's Garden, there is a device near Stobe that is implied to be some kind of missile or bioorganic device that would have wiped out life on Kenshi. Now, the weapons that the skeletons were utilizing to do so were very likely weapons that were designed to wipe out organic life specifically, that were designed to wipe out humans, but would have no effect on the skeletons. And so they would have used nuclear devices or devices that would have, at the very least, made Kenshi uninhabitable, or large amounts of Kenshi uninhabitable for humans. Stobe, the last of humanity, gathers in Stobe's Garden, and turns it into the last safe haven, a veritable Garden of Eden for humanity. And then Stobe stops the last device from going off. So what this did is it made this area habitable for humans to ride out the nuclear winter that takes over the rest of Kenshi. Okay? And so the rest of Kenshi is uninhabitable. Nuclear winter starts. Humans are currently in the area that is now known as Stobe's Garden, and everything freezes and becomes, essentially, it brings in a new ice age, right? So humanity rides out the storm in Stobe's Garden. Now, the skeletons, after the First Empire, realized their mistake when Stobe sacrificed himself to save humanity, because he was the offended party. He was a behemoth. And the behemoths were the ones, as the victims. If a behemoth was willing to sacrifice himself to protect humanity in spite of everything that the humans had done, the skeletons realized what they had done. They realized that they had effectively doomed themselves, and they had they almost wiped out humanity. And so after the Age of Chaos, which was this nuclear winter, two things happened. One, the water levels rose because as the temperature started to go back to normal, all of the ice that had formed during this ice age caused the water levels to rise, so the water levels are higher. And the second thing is that one skeleton who was born, during the First Empire, his name is Catlon. He was created during the First Empire. Decides that he's going to lead the remaining skeletons and create an empire that will make up for the sins of the past. And he's going to protect the last remnants of humanity under this empire. Now, the reason why we know that the skeletons are all from the First Empire is because the Floodlands here was the source of skeleton creation. And that they're very clear in dialogue that eventually these machines that were chugging away stopped production. They stopped production. No skeletons have been made since the First Empire. All skeleton production happened in the Floodlands, and two things: All skeleton production happened during the First Empire. This area where the production was occurring was flooded during the Second Empire as a result of that nuclear winter, the melting, the raising of the water level. So all of the machinery that was there was underwater, and in addition to that, the technology to create new skeletons, to create AI cores, to create all of those things was lost during the fall of the First Empire. And I went over this actually during my last Nuggets Mafia video, the last stream that I did. The skeletons are incapable of recreating technology or inventing technology that they do not already have in their possession. So if they destroyed a piece of tech or they did not have access to a working piece of tech, they were not able to effectively recreate it. They can only reconfigure and reuse and scrap existing technology. Think of the AI and the skeletons like generative AI today. It compiles resources and jams it together to make a new image using a variety of resources, a variety of references, but it's not actually creating anything new. It's creating a hodgepodge of existing materials. And the skeletons in Kenshi function the same way. They can't create something new. They can only reconfigure and repurpose existing tech they have their hands on. But if that technology was destroyed during the Age of Chaos, which could have lasted hundreds or thousands of years, and we have a lot of reason to believe that it did, then the creation of new skeletons would never have happened. It can't happen. So where was I? Oh yeah. So Stope sacrifices himself. Humanity rides out a nuclear winter. Catlon shows up. He says, you know what? I'm going to right the wrongs of the past. I'm going to correct the sins of the past. And I'm going to do so by creating an empire where we, the skeletons, are in charge. And we are going to, protect humanity as a way to make up for the atrocities that we had committed. And then we know how that went. The Second Empire has much better documentation about what happened after that. The ironic part is that because of the length of the nuclear winter, and because of the damage that had been done to humanity, by the time Catlon's Second Empire had started, hundreds or thousands of years have passed. Generations upon generations have been born to the humans. And humanity has regressed so far technologically because they were just surviving inside this last bastion, this Garden of Eden, Stobe's garden. Humanity's regressed so far that they don't even remember the crimes that were committed in the first place. So Catlon sought out to right the wrongs of the past for a race of people, a group of people that had no idea what had even happened. They weren't present for it. They had no concept of what had happened. But to a skeleton, effectively, time has no meaning to them. And they also hang on to things pretty much forever. So to them, they're making up the hundreds or thousands of years, hundreds, tens of thousands of years, somewhere between hundreds and tens of thousands of years, depending. We have no idea the exact timeline. We don't know how long the First Empire was. We don't know how long the Age of Chaos was, and we don't know how long the Second Empire was. We can assume the First Empire was decent length, fell apart very quick. Age of Chaos was at least a few hundred, if not thousand years, because it had to be long enough for humanity to regress and long enough for an ice age to occur and for the water to melt. And then we can assume the Second Empire lasted for at least a couple hundred, if not a few thousand years as well. And then the fall of the Second Empire occurred, and then Kenshi currently, in Kenshi 1, is set about 1,000 years after that empire collapsed. But unlike the first, the Second Empire didn't collapse all at once. It slowly decayed and rotted out. But no skeletons were made after the First Empire. Every skeleton was originally created in the First Empire. However, many skeletons served or were a part of the Second Empire, but no new skeletons have been made since the First Empire fell. The technology was lost. The number of skeletons on Kenshi is finite. Where do the hivers come from? Natives of Kenshi, I'm guessing, and as far as I can tell, the game is quite vague on this. Shek are altered humans. Skeletons are human. But where are the hivers from? So skeletons were made by humans. Humans are obviously humans. Shek are altered humans from the Second Empire, and I think that the hivers were also altered humans during the Second Empire as well. And I have a long theory about explaining why that's the case. The hivers didn't show up in the lore until the end of the Second Empire. And at the end of the Second Empire, Catlon, who was the leader at the time of the Second Empire, was actually facing was actually facing a number of critical issues. The first one being that, sorry, I'm trying to do multiple things at once now. He was facing a number of critical issues. He had just had a rebellion from what would later become the Holy Nation. Not quite a rebellion, it was more like a mass exodus. But he viewed it as a betrayal because he was incredibly paranoid. So he just had a mass exodus by the Holy Nation. And he had also just experienced a mass famine that was the result of a nuclear explosion in the grid that blew up their food source. So now he's got a famine going on. He's had a mass exodus. He's incredibly paranoid. And he was simultaneously dealing with, what was it? There was a rebellion, there was the famine, there was the exodus. No, those were pretty much the three big things. And he was dealing with a lot of disloyalty from other skeletons who were freeing humans from the internment camps, the labor camps, right? And so he had already used genetic modification once before when he created the Shek. And he created the Shek for the purpose of infiltrating the cult of Stobe, or at the time it was the cult of Stobe. And he wanted to basically think of the cult of the enforcers for the cult of Stobe, how you would think about that one guy at a protest. It's a peaceful protest, but you have that one guy that works for the government that goes in and starts throwing bricks because he wants to give, give justification for violence against the protesters. It's creating a scene, it's causing a problem, it's people who are creating an issue for the sake of justifying the crackdown against the cult. Like, oh, we're not religiously persecuting people, we're dealing with hardened criminals, right? And so he genetically engineered the enforcers to be more violent, more aggressive, and more durable, so he could justify the crackdowns against the cult, because he's not cracking down on against religious persecution. He's not committing religious persecution. He's cracking down against violent dissidents and criminals who are threatening to steal his power and damage his empire. So that's what the enforcers were created for. But at the time that he did it, they would have been done, I wouldn't say ethically, it would have been done much more, it would have been done much more carefully. It would have been done much more, ethical is the only word I can think of, but that's not quite the word, because it's still unethical what he was doing. But like, the experiments would have been done, there would have been testing phases. There would have been, he would have experimented on animals first to, isolate the correct genes and make sure that he was editing the right genes. And that's how you get things like bone dogs and pack bulls and all of the animals that have bone-like armor. Those were all the early testing phases to try and isolate the right gene to make them more aggressive, more durable. And that's why they evolved in a similar evolutionary pattern to the Shek later on and developed that bone armor, because they were all part of the testing phases before they moved on to human trials, which would become the Shek. They would evolve from, human enforcers to the Shek later on. And so there was trials, there was testing phases, there was things done that were more ethical. By the time the events of the end of the Second Empire occurred, Catalan was deep in the thralls of madness and paranoia. The man was batshit. He had lost his fucking mind. And because he had lost his mind, ethics and all that stuff, they went out the window. He didn't care about ethics. They weren't, wasn't something he was concerned about, And because he wasn't concerned about ethics or anything like that, he started doing experimentation on fully grown adults. Instead of, my theory that he was performing the experimentation on unborn babies, like designer babies and stuff like that before, so that way they would experience these genetic changes over the course of maturity, and it would have, it's done much more safely. Whereas in this case, he would have been doing it to full-grown adults. It would have been very intense gene testing, very intense alterations. And the genetic rejects of these tests were the skin spiders, which is why they look so much like hivers and why they also have like vaguely human appendages and shit like that. And the end result was, unironically, he was creating a workforce that was subservient and not going to rebel or cause any exodus because they have pheromones to control them. Right? They're all very easily controllable. They have a very strict hierarchy. He was creating a race that was less likely to suffer from the effects of famine because they have a reduced need for hunger, less likely to suffer from the detrimental effects of the locale, the fauna of Kenshi, the environmental hazards like nuclear radiation, like stuff like that, acid rain, things along those lines. He was creating because they had just had an explosion in the grid. He was relating on he was dealing with a race that they need to be easily replicable, so he made it so that way in order to create them you only need to have bioorganic material in the form of wheat straw, or some kind of other plant life, and you could feed it into the incubator and the queens, and the queen would act as a genetic template and convert that organic matter into living things. And he would basically the hybers are perfectly suited to deal with all of the problems that the Second Empire was facing at the exact moment that they showed up on Kenshi at the end of the Second Empire. They were tailor-made to deal with every problem. And even more interestingly, their physical design is similar to that of the skeletons, but in an organic form. They physically look a lot like skeletons, but in an organic form. And you have to think that as I said before, the skeletons can't create anything that they don't have an understanding of, or that they don't understand or have in front of them. And when the skeletons were part of the First Empire, they were likely hooked up to some massive wireless mainframe that allowed for patching, that allowed for resets, that allowed for skill alterations depending on the jobs they were performing. And the hive, and it also probably kept them not controlled, but it was a hive mind. And so when they made the hivers, they created the pheromone link for the source of control, but also because the pheromone link essentially functions as an organic version of what the skeletons were used to in the form of the hive mind, or in the case of the hivers, the pheromone link. Now, where does that explain the queens? Well, we know that they probably only made 3 queens, or at least that we're aware of. They only made 3 queens. And those queens are probably the same queens that are around today. And the reason why I can say that with confidence is that the hiver queens, the color of a hiver is determined based on the organic material that was used to create them. So you'll notice that the Western hive has a decent temperament. They rely on trade, and they are all this yellowy color here. And it just so happens that their primary source of agriculture when you go to the Western hive is wheat straw and green fruit, right? So if the hivers are taking that organic material in form of the wheat straw, grinding it up, feeding it to the queen, they're eating it, and then they're, doing whatever they do, and they're giving it to the queen, and then she's using that material as the base organic material to create a new hiver, they come out with this yellow color, right? The same as the wheat straw. The Southern hive uses King, a giant, basically a trash compactor, who can take in materials. He was meant for grinding up scrap and metal and stuff like that, and he intake it and he'd grind it up and he'd break it down. He was meant for recycling, but instead they feed people to him, and he grinds them up into a dude smoothie, and then they feed that smoothie to the queen, and the queen pumps out a hiver that is pink. Now, why do we know that's the case? Well, the hiver queen for the Southern hive is yellow. She's not pink, which means that she was designed to work with wheat straw. She was born out of wheat straw, or she was created initially during the Second Empire, and then she started using a different material, and that's why all of her offspring are pink, because she's using blood. She's using dude smoothie, basically, instead of the wheat straw, and that's why her offspring are pink. That's also probably why they're more temperamental, why they're much more why they're much more aggressive and violent towards the people around them. And then the Fogmen are using an incubator that is no longer connected to a queen because their queen died. And the queen, with the queen gone, the incubator is pumping out hivers that are genetically unstable. And that is why they are, cannibalistic. That's why the cannibals are, mindless. They have a hierarchy because they're doing what they're programmed to do, based on when they're born. But they're using an incubator that is either not attached to a queen anymore, or it's attached to a dead queen. And I have a theory, this is just a theory, that the fog is actually the pheromones being released by a dead hiver queen. The pheromones that are causing the fog are the pheromones released by the dead hiver queen, because otherwise you would think that if the queen died, and the hybers go nuts, they wouldn't have a hierarchy anymore. They would all go insane and they would be doing their own thing, but there's not. There's a clear hierarchy with the Fogmen. They still have a hierarchy, they still have a pheromone, and they're still doing what hybers do, but they don't have a living queen anymore. So as they feed this, cannibalized material to this incubator that no longer has a stable genetic template, they're pumping out genetically unstable, effectively inbred, dying, genetically damaged hivers that are just operating on pure instinct based on the pheromones leaking out of a dead queen, which is kind of horrifying, actually. So there's a lot. There's a lot to it. There's a lot to it. I think I may have bungled that. I think I did. I didn't connect it. Yeah, I bungled that. Good to know. What's with the Bugmaster and what's his relation to Catlan and the Second Empire? Because there has to be yeah, okay. So the Bugmaster. This is purely theoretical, but I have reason to believe that, as I said before, the skeletons of the Second Empire can't. I'm going to be doing things as I'm explaining, so I apologize. I got to make sure that things are still moving forward. So the skeletons of the Second Empire are incapable of creating anything. Skeletons can't create. They can only reconfigure. So someone must have been doing this genetic testing, because someone human must have been doing it, because I don't think the skeletons would have had the knowledge or the ability to do so. Someone else must have been doing it. So who could that have been? Well, if you have someone that's capable of... my theory was the Bugmaster. And if you have someone that's capable of altering the genes of human beings so far to the point that they can become the Hivers, or they can become the Shek, what is to say that you wouldn't be able to alter your own DNA to effectively be like a crab, where you don't die due to aging? Like they could turn off the aging. Because I don't know if you guys know what aging is in the body. Essentially, at the end of your DNA strands, you have these little chemical tips at the end of your DNA strands. And as you age, every time your DNA replicates, those strands, those things that hold your DNA together, get weaker and weaker and weaker. And as you get older, the older you get, they eventually start to break down. You break down on a genetic level, and it causes you to, telomerase, that's what it is. Telomerase, that's what it is. And they start to break down, they get weaker, and you eventually start to become, you start to fall apart. Your DNA starts to unravel a little bit, not to like a degree where you're like sprouting arms and stuff, but that's why you break down. That's why you age. That's why you can't, the point is that you can't reproduce cells that are the same in strength than you could when you were 20, when you're 85, because the DNA in each of those cells that you're reproducing is weaker. It's weaker. So who's to say that someone who's capable of creating the genetic alterations to someone, to like the Hybers, to the Shek, to the Enforcers, wouldn't also be able to alter their own genes to stop their telomerase from naturally decaying and effectively halt the aging process? They could recreate cells forever. They would stop aging. And the other thing too is that when you look at the Bugmaster's hatred of Catlan and his use of the skin spiders, it almost begins to make sense that he might have been the geneticist doing it, because if he's the one that altered the Shek, he would have done so ethically, with testing, right? Proper phases, proper testing. He would have done so in a way that wasn't unhinged and maybe necessarily super unsafe. But when he did when he would have been forced to do the alterations to create the Hivers, it would have been done a lot less safely, a lot less humanely, and a lot less ethically. And the Bugmaster would have been forced to effectively commit some really egregious atrocities against his own kind. And these atrocities would lead to the creation of the skin spiders. These rejected, abominations that were created by science run amok, to quote the Brotherhood of Steel. These abominations that were created by science run amok. And delicately is probably a right word. Right. I was using ethically because it's the only word I could think of, but delicately is probably a better word. You're right. It was done. The experiments were done within like standard it's like standard practices. There's a testing phase, animal testing, product testing, and then human trials and all that stuff. And it was done on, like the correct people to do it to. It wasn't done willy-nilly, and it was done in such small degrees that it created humans that would slowly evolve into the Shack, whereas the Hivers were created rapidly. You know? And so he would hold a grudge, you know? He would hold a serious grudge, and he would probably want to right the wrongs that he was forced to commit against these poor humans that he had done these experimentations on, forcibly, by the way. He didn't choose to do it, but that he was forced to do these experiments on by Catlon. And so he would go on to, you know, take these genetic rejects that would effectively be able to reproduce themselves too. They would, you know, become their own species, and he would start to raise an army of them to not, you know, fight back against Catlon, this monster that made him commit all these atrocities, because he knows the truth. 1,000 years have passed, and many people have forgotten or don't care about the crimes of Catlon, but the Bugmaster remembers because he was there and he was forced to participate in those crimes. And so now he's raising an army because he wants to go not just right the wrongs of his past, but also get justice for the very get justice for and assist those who were the byproduct of the horrible experiments that were done, in getting revenge, getting retribution, getting justice for what had happened. So he's raising an army of skin spiders, the genetic rejects of the experiments, the unethical, unlawful, inhumane experiments he was forced to commit onto humans, and he's raising an army of them to go fight. Are we? Oh, okay. I thought we were fighting the goats for a minute. To go fight Catlon to get get that. How old would the Bugmaster be? Based on the timeline, we could assume that at this point he would be roughly between 1,000 and 1,500 years old. Again, you know, that's a rough estimate, but between 1,000 and 1,500 years old. Yeah, I mean, he could be thousands of years old, but I would say that a healthier estimate, because of when the Hybers appeared, would be around 1,000 to 1,500, somewhere in there. Somewhere in there. Are these guys dying? Are they dead? Okay, so these are Sand Ninja, and I actually have a really good idea. Do we have prisoners yet? Because I'm just going to start recruiting Sand Ninja to get a workforce. We're going to need runners anyway when we start to... you know, like start to do drug runs and all that stuff. So we're gonna need runners anyway. So I don't think I have them researched yet, but I think I have Burn in here who can come research them. I have a lot of research materials. Slavery. What do we want? Slavery. Okay, small Morehouses, no. Except it's not slavery. I'm forcibly recruiting them into my ranks as criminals. That's what it is. They're criminals without a choice. The criminals who have no options. So Hybers and Bugmasters are before the Armor King? No, the Armor King's been around since the First Empire. The Armor King's been running his shop for 900 and something years. But again, remember, the Second Empire fell apart, but it didn't fall apart like the First. The First ended quickly in like concentrated strikes against the... am I not able to get these yet? The First Empire ended quickly with concentrated strikes against the humans faster than they could react. The Second Empire, basically everyone over a long period of time lost faith in the government. They lost faith in Catlon, and they went, no, I'm not gonna listen to you anymore, and they walked away. It was a slow unraveling, a slow decay. So the Empire was effectively dead 1,000 years ago, or dying 1,000 years ago, but there were still towns that were loyal to the Second Empire, and the town of Catch may have been one of them. And the other thing, too, is that when they, like, it's not like the Empire fell apart and everybody went to ruins and everything just, like, decayed and all the towns were abandoned and ransacked. Towns were still Second Empire towns, operating very boomingly with good economy and all that stuff. They could have decent economies and a booming commerce and, you know, lively populations even after the Empire had fallen, because the Empire didn't fall apart in a bang. It fell apart with a whimper. Okay, so I don't have the technology for that yet. I mean, to explain why the skeletons decided to experiment with genetic modification instead of robot manufacturing. They had the tech for the first, not the latter. Exactly. They had the tech already. They didn't have the tech to recreate their numbers, but they made do with what they had. And what they had was that. So tax man, we're going to pay the tax man. 3,000. 3,000 cats. Okay, so I think instead of building a... I think I'm going to build a... build a building here. Instead of building a... building a wall right here. I think I'm going to build a building. Yeah. And that should be enough to actually keep them out of here. Let me double check. Yeah, we can get up there. So I'm going to need an L building, I think, to do this. So all that's explained. What the hell are the fishmen? Oh, the fishmen. I think the fishmen are... So the fishmen are either the results of attempted genetic manipulation. Like maybe they were like the first attempt at making hivers and it just went horribly wrong. Or they may, in fact, be one of the native species. I think the Leviathans, the Garu, and potentially the Fishmen are the only things on Kenshi that are alive today that have the potential to be natives. I think everything else was either brought here or was brought here by the original colony and then modified or evolved over thousands of years to, better understand the fauna, to better handle the landscape of Kenshi. But I think the Fishmen have a chance of being... natives. They also have a chance of being a failed experiment as well, but I don't really know for certain on them. Shun has lots of libraries and ancient labs. Maybe it was a repository of biological scientific knowledge from the First Empire. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. The swamp has a lot of labs too, and those labs would have been from the First Empire as well because the swamp was underwater during the Second Empire. Swamp turtles? I think that the swamp turtles... the swamp turtles are pretty close to the Leviathans. I didn't think about the swamp turtles. They may be native too. They may be native too. I never thought about the swamp turtles because I don't go to the swamp very often, so I don't usually see them. You have a point. The swamp turtles may be native as well. You got me. Okay, we need some people to start making things. Who's not working on anything? Well, actually, no. Cosmic's one of our warriors. I don't want him working on that shit. Burn can work on this. This is the Taxman fighting Blood Raiders. Cool. And then Donnie here is going to start building bases. Yeah, swamp turtles might be native. So I don't know if the Garu are man-made or native. I think the Leviathans are definitely native. I don't see any world in which they're not. I think the Leviathans are likely like an offshoot species of the original kaiju race that the behemoths fought. Everything else is too terrestrial. Like, we have too much experience with it, right? Like, the bulls, I think, were bulls that were brought here at the colony and then altered. The gorillas were gorillas that were brought here and then altered. The, bone dogs were dogs that were brought here and then altered. Whether it be during the First or the Second Empire, right? But I think more likely that was at least the bone dogs and the pack bulls were done during the Second Empire, is the early testing phases to isolate the proper genes and get the right results before they did it on humans, which would become the Shek. That's why the pack bulls, the bone dogs, and the Shek all developed that bone armor plating, because the experiments done on them were the same thing. So beak things, I'd have to show you. If you look at the beak things from above, it looks like human skin stretched over a beak thing. A human skull stretched over a beak thing. It looks horrifying. But Kenshi the reason why I say all this is that Kenshi tends to have a theme. There tends to be a very clear theme in Kenshi, which is that everything has an origin in humanity. Or the vast majority of the things on the face of Kenshi have some kind of origin rooted in humanity. Humans were humans. The skeletons were created by humans. The Shek were humans that were altered by skeletons who were made by humans. But the Shek were humans that evolved down a different evolutionary path as a result of modification. The Hivers, I believe, were also humans that were altered as a result of genetic modification. The bone dogs look like dogs that were altered by humans, or the Second Empire, to create the early testing for just. There's so much of Kenshi that has an origin in humanity, and I also think that there's so many things that are terrestrial that just... I think the things that are more alien, like the Garus, like the Leviathans, are probably native. I think the things like land bats, gorillas, Who the hell is this? Oh, fucking triangle breakers. A lot of them. Oi, fucking vey. Who do we have that's weak here? Yeah, you're on block, so yeah, you stay on block because you're about to get messed up. Wing wang. I mean, we could probably take him. I think Kenshi will keep us alive. Hell no, I ain't paying you guys nothing. There's a lot of them though. My lord. Kenshi's putting in some work right now. Be dying though, because these guys have high bleed weapons. High bleed weapons. Okay, I just put him down. Wow, Shrike is actually doing quite well, which is ironic because there was a point in period in time where Shrike was one of our weakest links. Weakest links. Big things are horrible. What do you think about Io, second in command for the Tech Hunters? I like the theory that he's actively and deliberately sabotaging their efforts to know the past. Yeah, he is. The Skeletons don't want humanity to know about what happened during the First Empire. The assault that happened, you know, the damn near extinction that happened during the First Empire, because they are ashamed and afraid of it. They're afraid of what's going to happen if humanity finds out. Because remember, the Skeletons don't... They hang on to things. Long term. You know, they don't... Just because their memory's long term. You know, if you lived for thousands of years... If you lived effectively infinitely for forever, like time was not an issue for you, you would remember all of those things. And the other thing is that they don't have the ability to process emotions. They don't have the ability to learn from their emotions. And instead, they only can purge those emotions out. Those emotions will stay in their system and they will bloat their CPUs out. And they will cause processing issues because they're incapable of getting rid of them. Because unlike humans, who can process our emotions through things like, you know, talking about them, reason, logic, who has biological responses to deal with our emotions, things like temperature raising, things like blood pressure, things like things to deal with how we feel and offset those emotions. The Skeletons, even though they have sentience, they're still based in data. They're still data-driven creatures. And because they're data-driven creatures... Those are bone dogs. That's a bone dog. Because they are data-driven creatures, they will, you know, their system will continue to hang on to those emotions. They will stockpile them, and they will continue to try and process that data. And eventually, their CPUs can't handle it. Temperatures in their CPUs raise, and they start to burn out. So in order to deal with that, they have to reset, which resets their skills, their personalities, and all that stuff. But they lose... you know, they lose their skills, their personality, but they keep their memories. But so the reason why I bring all that up is that the crimes they committed during the First Empire were horrifying, and they don't have the same perception of time that we do. That's why when you go to the Black Desert City, the Skeletons are like apologizing to the humans. You know, when will you forgive us, human? Will you ever forgive us? They're apologizing for crimes that no one even fucking remembers, but they remember. Because they were there, and they don't have the full grasp or understanding that everyone else has forgotten. And so they're afraid that, A, if they reveal the crimes of the past to humans, like if they talk about it, they will, there could be retaliation. But also, not only did they commit these horrible crimes and almost wipe out Kenshi, and they are, frankly, directly responsible for the state of Kenshi as it is now, the two failed empires, the nuclear winter, the loss of technology, the regression of humanity, the splinter factions and various races that now, you know, inhabit and turn it into a desolate wasteland when it was once a unified empire. But in addition to all of that shit, they tried to fix it in the case of the Second Empire. They tried to make up for the crimes of the past, make up for the failings of their you know, what they had committed. And then they ended up committing the same crimes that they had persecuted humanity for. So not only are they afraid of the response for what they did, they also are afraid of humanity finding out that they're fucking hypocrites. They almost wiped out all life over what they felt was what they felt was a rejection and a betrayal against their kind, only for them to go on during the Second Empire and do the same fucking thing. They did the same thing. They did the same thing. And again, their perception of time and how time works and memory works is vastly different than that of humans. I need beds. God damn, I need beds. There's a paint shop nearby, I think, that I can bring people to rest up. Yeah. All right, so Burn, we're gonna have you pick up some of these guys, specifically Don. And Cosmic, I'm gonna have you pick up Bugs here because he's currently one of my favorites. And we're gonna have the two of you guys bring them to the paint shop because we need to heal. Yeah, Catalan's not called mad for no reason. He was put in an impossible situation that he frankly was doomed to fail in from the beginning. There was no way he was going to succeed. Skeletons are not designed to run civilizations because of the way that their system and their operating, like their bodies work. They're literally not designed to run. They can't run factions and civilizations. Not long term. They go insane. They don't age. So there's no reason to set up a system of like succession because they don't age. Again, what would be the point? I'm going to set up a system of succession to replace a king that isn't going to die. But the other thing too is that they're effectively forced to repeatedly choose between maintaining their individuality and the skills that made them effective in the first place and the qualifications that made them, the things that made them qualified for their jobs in form of their personality, their charisma, their skills, their efficacy in battle, their efficacy at whatever they do, whether, armor crafting, whatever. As a leader, the things that made them good leaders, they are forced to choose between those things or maintaining their sanity. And if they choose to not maintain their sanity, you get Catlon. And if they choose to reset repeatedly to maintain their sanity, you get Sadneil. It's a depressing existence. It's a sad, depressing existence. And I feel for them. I do. I do. I don't. They are wholeheartedly responsible, and they've earned everything that has happened to them. Every bad thing that has happened to them, they earned it. But I feel for them. I do. Their existence is shit. It's not good. It's really not good. They got a terrible lot, just by nature of the way that they were designed. They are by design sad. They are by design forced to essentially exist in a perpetual state of entropy and emotional collapse because they weren't supposed to last this long. They were supposed to be a workforce that could be patched, have their skills and CPUs drained out. When they were done with it, if they were sent to go mine copper, hypothetically, if they were sent to go mine copper during the First Empire, they would be reset, have all their skills changed via, the internal systems, the hive mind, whatever it was. They'd be patched, given the skills necessary to succeed at the job, and then they would do it for however long, and eventually when it came time to do something else, they would have those skills patched out, and they would have new ones put in. They weren't designed for long-term operation, and I doubt the First Empire even knew what would happen if they had been around that long, because they weren't ever supposed to be. They were supposed to get patched regularly. They were supposed to get reset regularly to, perform different jobs. They weren't supposed to develop the way that they are now, and they're simply not built for it. They don't have they're just not built for it. They're not built to do what they're doing. They're not built to be the way they are. And so, unfortunately, they are cursed with, living an existence that is the byproduct of a system that they were forced into. They're stuck in a perpetual state of entropy, and it's sad. It's a sad existence. It's not great. Yeah, they can forget all of their attachments, but not their memories. It's also why I think that the first Phoenix was a skeleton. That's one of the things that I actually have a short coming out, I think, in like 3 days talking about that. I have talked about it on stream a few times, but they're repeatedly forced to forget. If anyone's familiar with Doctor Who, okay, I'm gonna go there. Does anybody remember towards the end of David Tennant's run as the Doctor when he's talking to Wilfred Mott? And he says, it feels like dying. Everything I am, everything I believe, every thought that I have disappears, and some new man goes sauntering away with my name, but I'm dead. And that's what a reset has to feel like. The memories are there, but everything that made them who they were, that individual, dies. The skeleton resets are... that's the perfect example that I can think of it, is that it's literally like when, again, the 10th Doctor, David Tennant, is explaining to Wilfred Mott what regeneration's like. Even if I'm still here, it feels like dying. Everything I am, the things I believe, who I am, everything dies. It all disappears, and some new man goes sauntering away with my name and my memories, but I'm dead. And that's got to be terrible. Did the first Phoenix die of old age? Well, so I think that like many of the scriptures in the Holy Nation, they were rewritten to remove certain aspects that were problematic. Aspects like how the Kytrin was originally Stobe, and then Kytrin was representative of humanity, and then Okrin is representative of the good. Kytrin is representative of skeleton kind as a whole, and Okrin and Narco being born from the same source. Okrin is Stobe, the good skeleton, the one good skeleton, and then Narco is representative of all of the bad skeletons and the children of Narco, the demon, the demons of darkness. They are the manifestations of the bad sides of skeletons. And then over the course of hundreds or thousands of years, they would alter their own religious beliefs, alter their own history, and change their scripture around to better suit their growing anti-skeleton sentiments, much in the way that our own religions often do. Many times religions alter and go through reformations throughout the years to take out problematic texts. And if you have a faction that is growing an anti-skeleton sentiment, you would want to make alterations to your holy book that take out the skeleton sentiments, that take out the things that are like, hey, by the way, that race of people that you really hate because they're skeletons? Yeah, actually, it turns out that the leaders were a skeleton. It's like, oh, well, maybe we alter that, Does the Phoenix actually reincarnate? No. So the theory that I proposed and that I'm actually talking about in a couple of days is that the original Phoenix didn't reincarnate, and the system of reincarnation that the skeletons, that the Holy Nation talks about, is actually a deliberate alteration to the history, where they were changing the concept of a skeleton reset to apply to the original Phoenix, which was the skeleton that led them on the Exodus and saved them. So a skeleton saves humanity, from the Second Empire, brings them to freedom, and then, and protects them the whole nine. He liberates humanity from the prison camps, because not all the skeletons agreed with Catlan's treatment of humanity. So he liberates them, and then he brings them to freedom and saves them. But the skeleton's old. He's been around for a long time, and he has to reset. But humanity has regressed so far at this point. Wait, do I reject the common view that the hybrids were genetically created like the Shek? Okay, Ethan, I'm sorry to tell you, not only do I not reject that theory, I'm the one that made it. I hate to tell you. I'm sorry to tell you, my friend, not only do I not reject the theory, it's my theory. I'm the one that wrote it. So anyway, the skeleton comes to save the people of the Second Empire, the cult of Stobe, and he needs to explain to them that he is becoming glitchy, and he needs to, because he's burning out. His CPU's old. He's got to reset, or else he's going to burn out. So he explains to them, hey, I'm going to reset, and when I do that, I'm going to lose all of my stats, my skills, but I'm going to keep my memory, and it's going to be like I effectively die and get reborn as an infant. Now, I don't think this is how he explained it, but think about it. The Holy Nation believe that when the Holy Lord Phoenix dies, he's reborn in the body of the firstborn male, and it's an infant. But they have all of the memories of the previous Phoenix, and they're the word of Okrin and all that stuff. Okay, skeleton resets effectively function the same way. The skeleton loses all of the memories of keeps all of the memories of the previous Phoenixes, acts as the voice of Okrin, but is effectively an infant. He loses all of his skills, all of his stats, and his personality. It's like he's a new person with the memories and wisdom of the previous one. It's almost like the skeleton reincarnated. And not that that's how I think he explained it to him, but I think he explained the reset to them, and then over generations, as the cult of Stobe would morph into the Holy Nation, and they'd become more anti-skeleton, and they'd start to alter their scriptures to take out the skeleton aspects of Stobe and become, turn it into Okrin and Kytrin and Narco. They would also alter the explanation of what the skeleton resets were to instead fit their human phoenix, their new deity that they had altered to remove the skeleton aspects. They had separated skeleton kind from their culture to further fuel and justify their religious hatred. Yeah, that's really funny, by the way. It's okay that you hate the theory, by the way. I don't care. Like, I'm good with it. I understand. It's not for everybody. That's the joy of Kenshi. We can all have different opinions on things. It's fine. I'm okay with it. But it's really funny. It's really funny that you said that. Because, again, not only do I not reject the theory, it's my theory. I made that theory like 4 years ago. It was my... Actually, fun fact, it was my first solo Kenshi theory that I ever made. And I stand by it to this day because, to me, the evidence continues to mount the more I learn about Kenshi lore, the more I dig into it. You got people from Mongrel, but no Beep. Yeah, Beep died in the first episode. He got eaten. Unfortunately. I tried. And then I tried to bring him back as a Fogman named Zeep. And I was going to headcanon that Beep was actually just turned into a Fogman. But then Zeep got bludgeoned to death by the United Cities. So, yeah, real sad, really sad. I like the majority of your theories, by the way. It's just a Hive one that feels off with the feel of the game. Yeah, no, and that's totally fine. That's totally fine. I understand. And again, I would never hold it against anybody. Some people take their lore and their theories really personally. They think that, like, if you don't agree with their theories, or that if like, they think some people get really defensive of it in the sense that, like, they think either I'm going to be mad at them for not agreeing, or, and this one always blows my mind, the fact that I may not agree with them means that, like, I'm a bad person, or that I'm going to think you're a bad person. It's simply not the case. Firstly, it's a game. It's don't take it so serious. But also, and this is the big one, we're all allowed to have different opinions, my guy. We're all allowed to have different thoughts, especially when everything is so situational and circumstantial in a game like Kenshi. You know? This is not, it's not like everything's spelled out for us. Kenshi is speculation. That's the whole fucking point. You know, that's what we do, man. That's what we do. The truth is, there isn't enough canon info to be certain, and you what? That's great. Let's put a puzzle together. That's right. We all put a puzzle together. That's exactly what it is. We put a puzzle together. And the other thing, too, is, like, some people are like, oh, well, what if you're wrong? And I've talked about this on stream a couple of times. If I'm wrong, if Kenshi 2 comes out, because in Kenshi 2, one of the things we were told is we will find out the concrete origins of the hybrids. We will figure out exactly what they are and where they are from. Chris was very clear about that. So, if Kenshi 2 comes out, and it turns out that I have been, in fact, an absolute brain-dead idiot this whole time, and my theory was wrong, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to get upset about it. I'm going to slap a big old out-of-date on my Hiver theory video, and I'm going to make a new one. It's not a big deal. I don't care. It's more content for me, man. Best case scenario, I get to make a new video. Worst case scenario, best case scenario, I get to say I was right. Worst case scenario, I get to make a new video talking about the reality of it. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. That's right. People can be wrong all the time. Being wrong is not a crime. It's not, being wrong is okay. It's not a faux pas on you as a person. What is wrong is how you choose to handle being, what can be wrong is how you choose to handle being wrong, right? It's not about being wrong. It's about how you handle it. I'm wrong all the time about stuff. Not just in Kenshi, but in real life. I get things wrong. I'm not infallible. I'm a human being. I ain't perfect. Sometimes I'm just not right, and that's okay. That's okay. I'm okay with it. You should be okay with it too. We're all human beings. We're allowed to make mistakes. People put too much pressure on themselves to be correct. People put too much pressure on themselves to be correct all the time. You should aim to be correct, right? Like, let me be clear. You should aim to be correct. You should try and always learn more. You should always aim to be as correct and careful as possible to make sure that you're not spreading, the wrong information knowingly, if you're doing or anything like that, right? You should aim to be correct, but you should be okay with the fact that sometimes you're not going to be. That's okay. All good. All good. We're all human. We got to cut each other more slack. No one's perfect. People get things wrong. People say stupid shit. People do dumb things. It's all good. We're all human beings. We gave each other a little bit more leeway, treat each other with a little bit more understanding, empathy, calmness, correctness. Things would be a hell of a lot better. but we got to allow each other the ability to make mistakes, and we got to allow each other the ability to correct those mistakes and do so in a way that is genuine and human and is based, again, in empathy and all that stuff. Doesn't do anybody any good to, you know, shit on someone for being wrong. It doesn't do anybody any good. I don't like this fence. I'm having a hard time with this fence, as you can tell. Having a hard time with it. I'm trying to figure out how I want to like lay out this part of it, but I don't know. This part is fine. This is fine. And I'm gonna have to do some manual adjustments over here, but I'm not worried about that. But I'm having a hard time in this back end. I think I'm gonna have to place it and then like manually move it into place using the Shift F12. No, I am not in the Fog Islands. That is in my Dwarf playthrough. Currently, do I have someone heading towards my base? No. I don't know. They're running away. I am in the spine. I'm in the sand spine here. The spine. So that's where we are. Like the mystery is critical for that one moment when everyone as a new player gets to place called Obedience for the first time. Yeah, I mean, dude, walking through. I'll tell you what. So Obedience to me was wild. I remember the first time I walked through it, I was like, wow, this is uncomfortable. I feel weird, right? The one that really got me, the one where I had to like stand there for a minute and just be like, oh, was the first time I walked through the Ashlands. That moment for me was surreal. It was weird seeing all of those massive megalithic structures, those huge gargantuan buildings in ruins. I mean, like massive. It was bigger than anything that I had seen on the face of Kenshi. And the first time I saw it, I like audibly, I was on Discord with my friend John. Ironically, the guy who got me into Kenshi in the first place, who convinced me to buy it. And I remember I was on Discord with him, and I let out like an audible, like, "What the fuck, dude? This place is nuts." It literally boggled my mind. It was bananas, bananas. You're wondering what I'm doing. I'm moving these manually so that way they will A, fit better and also be a little bit straighter, because I don't like when things are like off kilt. I don't like when buildings are off kilt or like not built in a way that I think is realistic. Like it pisses me off in canon when I see walls that are like a 90-degree angle and shit. No one builds like that. No one builds like that. I went away for a few seconds. What's big? The ruins in the Ashlands. Talking about the ruins in the Ashlands. Talking about the ruins in the Ashland. All right, cool. Cool. I can't stand it. So, like, if you run pure vanilla, I get it. When I say no one builds like that, I don't mean like in the game. I mean like in real life. Like, you're not going to build a wall that is up and then there's a jagged gap between them. It's going to be up like 45 degrees and then over and then down and then to the left and then to the right, and it's going to be just like a jagged peak of teeth on your wall. Like, you want your wall to be relatively straight, or at least like have a gradual incline. Like this is acceptable, but like if I see some of the vanilla walls are literally built like that, right? Or they're built like this, and then they sharply go down, and I'm like, no, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's not good. It's no good. It's no good. You build like that, Dragon, you're a monster. Shame. Shame, shame. Your warriors are fleeing the battlefield. Shameful display. Shameful display. All right. I need to get some research rolling. We got to get more buildings in here, but in order to do that, I need... no, I don't want a small more. I already spent the books. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Core. It's fine. Deep foundations, research, yada yada. Yada yada. All right. Racked tech benches. I'm gonna grab those because those are gonna be useful later. Wind generator theory. I think, yeah, I started that one. I didn't get to finish it. Started that one, didn't get to finish it. We will need fabric at some point, but I think we should be fine right now. We've got cooking stuff already running. We've already grabbed that stuff. Improve stone mining, that'll be good. Building materials. I already have that. I'll grab it anyway just in case. All right, that should be good. So we'll get this stuff rolling. Burn, hop in there, get to researching. We're gonna put the research actually above the manual stuff processing. I remember when I first realized that United Cities land was once fertile and productive farmland. Like, damn, that history makes so much sense. Yeah, I mean, the United Cities functioned a lot like the Sahara. You know, it used to be a real tropical, lush landscape, and now it's a desert. And one day in the future, eventually, it'll become a lush landscape again, I'm sure. You know, that's how these things work. How these things work. Oh, this is copper, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take this, and I'm going to rotate it again. Oh shit, it's multiple small pieces. My least favorite fucking thing in the world. And I'm going to end up having to reload after this, but I'm going to get this into place because I couldn't manually place it because of the damn collision boxes, but I can manually place it. I mean, I couldn't place it using, like, with the normal build menu because of the collision boxes. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this to place it, so that way I can still get access to the copper resource without walling myself off from it. But I still wall it off, so that way people can't sneak around the base. I am going to... So watchtowers are one of my favorite things to place. I place them everywhere. I just got to wait until I'm producing better materials, and then I'm going to end up altering some things around. Right now, I'm just trying to get the place secure so that I can afford to actually start, you know, like, getting those materials, getting more iron and stuff like that. But no shame in moving things into place so that way they fit the vibe. All right, do you have a widescreen? I do. I currently stream in ultra wide. I will be correcting it shortly, but when I start dual streaming to Twitch. But right now I just stream in ultra wide for my native resolution. I will be downscaling and streaming in 1920 by 1080 instead of 2560 by 1080. But at the moment, it's just, you know, I'm running native resolution while I'm just on YouTube. Once I start dual streaming to Twitch, I'll switch down, and I'll have to change the way my screen looks. But with, like, I'll have to change the orientation of the actual stream, so it won't just be the stream. It'll be the stream, like, up here, and then it's gonna be a bar down here with, like, my socials and stuff like that, or, you know, recent donos and things like that. And then I'll be down in the corner where I am now. But at the current moment, this is how I'm running it. It'll alter eventually, but... okay, he's dead. Look at that, he's dead. I'm actually going to pick him up, though, and... I think I'm going to run some of this stuff off to sell back at Stout. I think that's the plan. Because we need money. We need money. We don't need money, like, desperately, but we do need money. So... Back to Stout. What are you guys fighting? Probably something stupid. Nothing that's damaging us too much, so that's good. Cool. I also want to buy some camp beds once I'm back there as well. I don't have to worry about being caught because Don Tony McChicken here runs like the wind blows. Don runs like the wind blows. One of my mod requires cat race mod. The mod was deleted off the Nexus, so there's no way to play my mod. Most unfortunate. Yeah, and I understand the struggle too, because what is it? Like, I've had a lot of... I'm in the process of making my own reshade because a lot of people have been asking about, like, my graphical setup. And the problem is that the reshade preset that I'm using is Suki V2, which is no longer publicly available, and I can't upload the original... I can't upload, like, Suki. It's not my mod to upload. I can't do it. Like, I'm not going to do that, you know? It's unethical. I don't like it. It's not mine to do. But it sucks because people are like, hey, how do I make, you know, how do I get the reshade? How do I make my game look like yours sometimes? And I'm like, I can show you my graphical settings, but there's a degree of I can't help you per se. I always have to recommend, like, Raynos or something as an alternative, because it's pretty close. But I usually recommend Raynos as an alternative until eventually when I put out my own. But right now, I'm like, well, shit. What do you do for food in the desert? It depends. I have a couple of avenues that I go about to like deal with food in the desert. Usually I will pick up people and sell them into slavery, or I'll pick up bounties from like rebel farmers and I'll use them to buy food. Or if you get lucky, if your population settings are high enough and a Western caravan comes into like the town of Stowe, eventually a civil war will break out and the United Cities will start attacking pretty much everybody. Pretty much everybody. And you can just like pick up the remains of the pack caravans, the Garus, and what they have in their pack. Did I just close that door? I did. Open the door. That's my house. This is my house. Took everything out of there too. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, it depends. It depends. There's a couple different avenues of approach. Unfortunately, I think I might be SOL until morning because I got here super late. And now it's about to be nighttime and the shops are going to close. Oh, no, you know what I can do? I can sell to the barkeep. They're always open. They're always open. So we're going to sell to you. Sell all this good shite. Good stuff. Back up to 91,000. We have plenty of food back at the base. Is there any recruits that look interesting to me? I don't think so. No. I think we're good with the recruits to be here. I'm probably gonna end up using recruitable prisoners with dialogue to start kidnapping Sand Ninja and then converting them. Granted, some of them are gonna have bounties, but we're mobsters. It's fine. We can deal with that. We can handle that. That's something we can handle. So I guess in the interim, we're just going to have Donnie here. Don Tony McChicken, Papa Squat. And we're going to have him just hang out until morning. Have him hang out until morning. Itchy back. Itchy back. Oh, man. Oh, actually, we might... Yeah, we got some hybrid recruits. I really want to get a bunch of hivers in this playthrough. I feel like it would make sense for the mob to use the hivers, especially the hive drones. Because they're kind of a disenfranchised group in the United States. They are the hybrid drones in particular are almost exclusively found in the peasant class. Everyone kind of shits on them. They're kind of treated like crap, and so I think that they would turn to a life of crime wholeheartedly. I like the name Taco. I'm good with Taco, but we got to give him a funny, like, middle name for a mobster. What could be a good name for, like, a funny little dude like Taco? Taco the what? The what? Taco the what? So, like, we have Bugs the Smiler Jones. We need another one. Taco the Mook Forelli. Taco the Tiny. Yeah, Taco. Okay, so hold on. We got Taco the Tiny Bell. We got Taco the Tiny Bell. Love it. Taco the Tiny Bell. Middle name should be a salsa type. Paco Verde Bell. I'm gonna end up giving middle names to everybody. I think it'd be really funny to have like everyone has like mob names. We got Bugs the Smiler Jones, Taco the Tiny Bell. You know, I think it'd be funny. Be a good time. Be a really good time. Alrighty. We're just waiting for a little bit of time to pass. I also think once things wake up here, I'm going to grab some iron materials. Traders Guild visit moving towards Chateau McChicken. That's fine. It's not really a warning thing. They're going to make us pay them protection money because that's what they do. But we should be fine. And then I also, at some point, am going to want to pay some mercenaries to come just hang out at my base. Some around here, maybe? Rex the Screaming Muscle. We'll get him. We'll get him. We'll get him. Oh, shoot. You it, too. You recruit? My specialty is shooting. Give me a turret. Fighting with a sword up close and bloody is for animals. Okay, so we got an archer here. 6,000 cats. I'll take it. All right, we got Hewitt. We need another one. We got Hewitt. What's a good one for Hewitt? He's an archer. You know what? Actually, too, I'm gonna make Hewitt look really unique. I found a funny thing that I like to do with the Hyper Princes. Is I like to give them slightly smaller, like slightly like longer heads, make them a little smaller, right? And then I like to max out the neck length, right? Tuck their horns and their antenna in, so they're very small. And then I like to make their eyes a little bit narrow, a little bit high. Okay. And neck position, bring it back a little bit, give them a really tall neck. Right? Nope, this is not dwarves. I alternate between the dwarves and the Nugget Mafia. So it's dwarves yesterday, Nuggets today. I need to fix his mouth. There's a method to my madness here. There's a method to my madness. Anybody who understands the reference I'm about to make is gonna be like, wow, that's what they fucking look like. That's what they fucking look like. All right, so we're gonna up the cute hive meter just a little bit, make the mouth a little less wide. A little less wide. Is anyone here, and I hope so, please tell me you are, is anyone here familiar with a Kaminoan? Is anyone here familiar with a Kaminoan? This right here is the Kaminoans. That's it. It's the Kaminoans from Star Wars, the race that were making the clones during episode 2. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. No clue? All right. Well, they're the race of really tall individuals that were making the clones during episode 2. They're blue and white, I believe, or white and blue, something like that. Yeah. Kaminoans. They just need all the color right. If I did this on a Fog Prince, you'd have a Kaminoan, man. That's a Kaminoan. So I always think it's funny to do this though, because they look. It just works. I don't know. It just works. It's funny. Gives them a unique look. No, you're thinking of the Geonosians. Same movie, wrong race. Okay, so I'm gonna keep him at 20 for posture. Give him his neck position down there. Leg length 5. Shoulder length there. Chest length. Yeah, I think I'm good with it. All right, so we need a name for him. I saw a couple. I'm thinking of, what do we got? Hewitt Pew. I like Pew. Hewitt Pew. Hewitt Pew. Everyone just calls him Pew. I'm gonna call him Hewitt Pew Murphy. Love it. Hewitt Pew Murphy. I like it. Yeah, he's got a good look to him. He's got a good look. He's got a vibe. He's a vibe. The man's a vibe. He's tall. He's got that long neck. It's funny that he is an archer. He's got good crossbow skill, actually. 40, not bad. Not bad at all. It's funny that he's a crossbow expert and he doesn't come with a crossbow. That seems kind of redundant, but that's fine. We need manpower is what it is, so I'm trying to get a couple of different people. High Princes have a lot of bonuses. He's got that 1,000-yard stare. Yeah, this guy, he can see at distance, man. He's got that stare. He's got that stare. He's a G. He's a true G. Okay. I think these two are fine. I'm good with these recruits. They're good. It's just gonna be 6 a.m. soon, which means we can get some weapons. And did he lose his crossbow? Was that in his dialogue? I may have been a jackass and not read it. I just kind of was focused on the recruiting portion of it. How fast are they moving? 12, not super fast, to be honest with you. Could be faster, but it's fine. This will do. We're going to see if we can get him a new crossbow. See if we can get him a new pew-pew. No, doesn't look like, at least not here. There should be a ranger shop around here, actually, I'm pretty sure. Farm shop. There it is, yeah. Ranger shop, right there. Right there. He's going to be quintessential to our long-term plans. I want to give him, I think, a ranger bow, but I got to give him a standard one, I think. Or just, even if they have a shoddy one, that's fine. Spring bats, too good. Toothpicks. Yeah, I think I'm going to give him a ranger bow. Give him the regular bolts. I think that'll do. And then I'm just going to load up his inventory with bolts. Bolt regulars. There they are. Just load him up with bolts. I think all he's going to carry is bolts. Just a ton of them. Just a ton of them. And then I have to get the ability to make bolts. Which we can't do right now because we don't have the right research. But we will be able to do it later. Hell to the yeah. So we got a guy. He's got a nice crossbow. That'll be good. And I'm pretty sure who else is using a crossbow. Wing Wang's using a crossbow, isn't he? Is it Wing Wang? Yeah, Wing Wang's also using a crossbow. So we're gonna need more bolts. We can give half of the bolts to him. So we'll have 2 crossbow users. Pop in here, see what people we can buy, because that's what we do in Kenshi. We buy people. In Kenshi, I buy people. Come to the slave master. What are you talking about? I'm trying to buy people. Trying to buy people. Looking to buy some slaves. Oh, they don't have any slaves. Fair enough. I don't think he lost crossbow. I just made that up. Okay, I thought maybe I missed dialogue. I thought maybe he had said it in his like recruitment dialogue, and I wasn't paying attention. Why is Taco in a different squad? That ain't right. That ain't right. All right, another thing I need to do is I'm going to go up into the prison over here. And I'm going to use this opportunity to see if maybe there's anyone up there that I can recruit. Because sometimes that is the right thing to do for the Nugget Mafia. What we'll do is we'll go up into the prisons and we'll be like, hey, listen, you. I know that life has not been good to you. I know that things have been bad. Oh, he's dead. That guy's dead. Oh, I know he's dead because I'm the one that put him in there. Never mind. Sometimes we'll go up into the prisons and we're going to be like, hey, listen. Listen to me. I'll bail you out of jail, and in exchange, you're gonna owe me some favors. You're gonna owe me some stuff. You're gonna do some work for me. That's what's gonna happen. All right, I need copper. Is what I need. I need a lot of copper because I need to make power so I can upgrade some of my shit. Do bot slaves speak differently than recruited followers? No, their dialogue packages are the same once they become yours. Usually, unless they're like a unique recruit. Initially, they'll have a different dialogue package when they're still a slave, but once you free them, take their shackles off, all that stuff, they have different. They have the same dialogue packages. Although I'm pretty sure the dialogue packages they have as a slave is the same dialogue package that anybody can have if they are a slave. So it's not like it's still not particularly unique. Copper, bunch of that. Yeah, that'll be good. Really good. Get a bunch of that stuff. A bunch of that good stuff. That'll do. And then there's one ancient Science book here. Okay, that's fine. Shrike. I'm going to pop back over here because I'm pretty sure the Traders Guild they're still on the way. Okay. They are selling an engineering blueprints. Yes, they are. I don't know if I want to spend the money on it right now, though. Yeah, why not? There's 2 of them. I can do. I can afford it. I'm just being a cheapskate. I'm just being a cheapskate. If there's any good blueprints we want to get either. Basic furniture, that's going to be important. Random furniture, not really too worried about that. Market stalls. No, actually we don't need market stalls. We don't need market stalls. What we are going to need is we'll grab some more iron plates just for the sake of ease. Try to reduce the amount of stuff that we need. We're going to have a bar. Don't worry, there'll be a bar for our people. There'll be a bar for the dwarves too. I know. It's a requirement. It's part of it. It's part of it. Part of it. Part of it. All right, so we're headed out now. Headed back to the base now. Thankfully, it was not too bad of a trip. Wish I could buy a game list in a game half the time I come back with missing materials. Yeah, dude, I wish that I could like add a list sometimes. I can't tell you that. But shit, I did it in the dwarf playthrough recently. We went to Mongrel, and I was like, "Hey guys, remind me to bring to get an arm for Cat because he hasn't had an arm in like over 150 in-game days." He lost his arm almost immediately in the playthrough. So remind me to go get an arm. I was in the Fog Islands for like a whole 4-hour stream basically, and when I left the Fog Islands, I grabbed everything I needed except an arm for Cat. Armless Cat. It's okay, he's dead now. It's okay because he's dead now. He died. 'Twas most unfortunate, but he did not survive. Yeah, he died. If I recall, Cat died during the original siege against the Southern Hive. We lost 21 dwarves in that siege. And then last night, the Southern Hive took our fucking base that we've spent we spent 17 episodes building, and we had to we had to flee, and now we're on our rebuilding arc. We had a real Dwarves of Erebor thing going on, real Hobbit thing going on right now on the Dwarf playthrough. Do you add viewers in? I do. If people want to be added in, I like to add them in. You know, I prioritize like channel members and whatnot, but I will add anybody in that wants to be added in. I have no issue doing so. I think that's part of the fun. I like keeping things interactive. Not only do I like answering lore questions for you guys, but I also like to make you guys part of the story, you know? We're going to have to kill all the Blood Raiders at some point, too, because they're going to keep coming and attacking us if we don't. All right, Cosmic. You're going to come talk to the Traders Guild now that they're here, because they're going to need protection money, because... Oh, not protection money. They're going to need not getting raided money. I'm not a merchant. This is a trading post. This outpost looks very much like a potential hub of trade activity, so I can only assume preemptively that you'll be basic trade. Yeah, fuck you, dirty spoon bag. 4,000 cats. Oy vey. An aid collection. Yeah. Schoomers. I'd like to join as talent, a martial artist, soldier, please. If you have the space, human, please. Will do. I will make sure my next human recruit fits it. I have already added Dragon to a stream. Yeah, we added Dragon last night. Our only Shek in the Dwarven Kingdom is Ronk the Dragon. He's a beast too. He's a beast. All right, cool. So now we got some more materials. We got some more stuff. I need to give some of these pews over to Infinite Wing Wang. Probably give like half of them. Yeah, good amount of pews. Cool. Okay, so we have a decent number of building materials made. They're still mining. We can probably get some wind power up and running now. And you can use that to iron plates. We have some of those. Yep. Do we have 8? I think we have 8. I'm going to double check before I start building this. Iron plates. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have exactly 8. Look at that. Beautiful. So we're going to do Cosmic, you absolute unit. Thank you for the gifted. Absolutely. And that, I hope everybody that gets those enjoys. Thank you so much. Cosmic, the goated yak, as always. Cosmic, the goated yak. My man's always coming in clutch. I think we're gonna put a tower there. I think instead what we're gonna do is we're gonna put right here. We're gonna power supply level. Line it up nicely with the resource node. Good stuff. All right. Thank you again, Cosmic. You have my sincere appreciation as always. Tiny, you put your... Yeah, we gotta put these in here. So, and then Ruka, you as well. No, not Ruka. Who has it? You have it. Yeah. Plates, fantastic. Tiny. Add your iron plates. I am in the United States territories for this one. I am. Not my favorite place to build because I find the UC fucking obnoxious, but I am putting up with it for this playthrough because I think it makes sense for what we are doing. What you worried about? What you worried about? You worried about the tax man, the Traders Guild? What are you worried about? Because we've already paid off the tax man, the Traders Guild, to at least leave us alone for a little while. Okay, so now the next thing we need to do is start working on iron production. So we need to, I'm going to have Tiny come over here, put you on passive, and I'm going to have you start mining. And if possible, I need to start building some storage for them. Eventually, I'm going to make the base look really nice. Everybody knows, I think at this point, that base building is one of the things that I do. But in the early areas of all of my my playthroughs, I have to first make the base like functional, and then I can make it look nice. Everything gets moved around eventually, but initially it's got to be functional. We're gonna put that right there. We're gonna put a building materials chest right here, and we're just gonna maximize the usage of space. All right, so Taco Bell here is going to be doing that. I'm going to have, because this is such a dangerous area, I'm actually going to have Kenshi go and bodyguard him. How are you going to train your character's toughness naturally? Through combat. I mean, as we go and raid people, they're going to get their ass beat, and then they'll get back up. And if they don't, then they weren't fit to be in the mob. You know, this is you know, we try to defend our people. I'm not like going to go, you know, leave anybody out to die, but in the same sense, they have to be able to defend themselves. We are a mob. We're hashish dealing criminals. You know, this is what we do, and they have to be able to defend themselves. What use does a mob have for a mobster that can't defend themselves? The answer: no, they don't have use. They have no use. No use. I need better building. What I need bigger buildings, medium building shells. I need a level 2 research bench. In order to get the next level of research bench, I need electricity, core. Where you at? Stray. Am I stupid? Where the hell is that? Usually in usually in core, isn't it? Oh, you know what? I wonder if I can just build a racked one. Do I have the materials to build a racked one yet? Tech racking researcher number 2. Iron plates, electrical components. Hell yeah. We'll build a racked research bench for right now. Love it. Perfect. How fertile is the land here? It's got mix. It's not like the most fertile, but it's got a mix of fertility. It'll make do. I can show you actually. Let me do a prospect. It's gonna make do. It's got lower fertility, but we're gonna end up relying on hydroponics for interior hashish production. So I'm not super worried about fertility. I mostly picked it for the iron and the copper. And then our stone it's okay. This is a rougher place to base out, but I did it on purpose because my thought process was that we are a mob. We're a mafia, right? And so we're not going to necessarily base in the most convenient location. We're going to base in an area that is going to be outside the wells of the law and is defendable. We need to make sure that we can produce and that we can defend. Those are the priorities. So that's why I'm based the way that I am. What are these guys? Oh, samurais. How many days until they show up to my base? The tax collector. So we got Traders Guild and tax collector both showing up in 2 days. Oy vey goyim. Oy vey goyim. Away from the law, right next to the Supermax prison. They would never see it coming, Falcus. This is a big brain 6,000 IQ stat, probably, sort of, maybe. You're overthinking it. Ninja raid? Oh, are these the bread weebs? No, it's the sand ninja. Not the bread weebs, the sand ninja. I am actually nervous about the sand ninja though. They are quite formidable, and we got some dwarves up here actually to help defend us if we really needed to. We can like flee up the mountain, and there's some dwarves that'll help defend us up there. Wherefore art thou, Cactus Den? It's over here. Want to stop by and say what's up? Started watching lore content and loving it. Keep the vids up, man. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you're enjoying. I'm glad. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you stopped in. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. I'm glad about everything. That's me. I'm glad. We are going to have to deal with those ninjas at some point. They're probably going to come kick our ass in a second, but that's okay. Tiny, how are you doing? Yeah. The Nugget Mafia. Yeah. So, what is it? We haven't gotten the particular device that is going to make us the Nugget Mafia yet. Right now, the only one who's technically considered a full nugget would be Don Tony McChicken, but eventually it will be a requirement via a amputation table that everyone who joins the mob will have to have their limbs, their arms, and their legs removed and replaced with cybernetics. We will be a mafia of nuggets. We sell hashish on the down low, and we run a restaurant business on the up high. So we're making gains. Things are happening. Leaning into the gimmicks. Yeah, that's what we do. That's what we do. That's part of the fun. All right, we're going to put these in here, and I'm going to have you work on production as well. Crumble John, what are you doing? Shrike, what are you doing? I hate the whole trendy nugget jazz, but I find this in Kenshi hilarious. Yeah, I mean, I think the nugget thing in Kenshi is just really well done. It's really funny. How many ninjas are there? Hopefully, there's not that many. Kenji, go in here and start beating the ass. All right, we're gonna take you off of block. You're gonna stay on block and passive. Most of you guys need to stay off of block and passive, except you and you. Infinite Wing Wang, you're on range. Where you at? All right, Infinite Wing Wang and Pew Pew. Time to prove your worth. Don, you also need to prove your worth. Not actually. You're kind of one of the strongest ones we have. After years of watching tour solo videos from Ambiguous Amphibian, I was hooked. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Tour solo playthroughs are always fun, which is why I did this. This is actually a recreation of a playthrough that I did many years ago. Actually, I don't think it was. I think it was like a year or two ago. That I only got about 2 episodes in, and then I had some issues going on that I had to stop, and I never got a chance to redo it. It was like a normal like Let's Play, and then I figured that if I was going to bring it back, I should bring it back in the form of a live stream. I should live stream it. Kenji, are you headed back up here? Yeah, Kenji's coming. Okay. So Cosmic is fighting. Shrike is fighting. Pew Pew, how are you doing in terms of how are you doing over here? I need you to get into maybe better position. We're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. The Don just got knocked out. He's in rougher shape, but he'll be fine. He'll be fine. Probably. Shoot him. No, you're supposed to shoot him. Pew Pew, you're supposed to shoot him. God damn it. Kenji, what are you doing? Come on, get over here and start kicking ass. Alright, Pew Pew's down. He's bleeding out. We're going to have to get the Don up. Crumble John, do you have a repair? A first aid kit on you? He does not. Crumble John, get over here. That sucks. He doesn't have a good one, I can tell you that much. Burn does. Okay, so Burn, first aid him. And we need someone to go pick up Murray. Go pick up Murphy here. Perfect. First aid Murphy. Fantastic. Yeah, we're good. That was a weak assault against us. It will not be the last one, but as we build up more, we'll be in better shape. Plus, we have to get turrets and all that stuff. It's W content. Hope you're having a blast. And Kenshi can be quite the grind. Oh, I know. I've got 2,500 hours in this game. I know the grind. I know the grind very well. I know the grind quite well. One might say an unhealthy amount of grind is what I've done in this game. Yeah, flee. Flee while you can. Who are we fighting up here? Is it a ninja again? Oh no, it's blood raiders. Yeah, we got a couple of persistent pain in the asses right now that we're dealing with, but that's okay. We're making do. We're making do. Is that an iron resource too? It is an iron resource, and it's actually closer than the other ones. That may be beneficial later on. Not sure. We'll revisit that. Right now, no one can get up here, which is good. I don't think anyone's getting up here, so that's good. We are going to have to close off this section, but I think I'm going to use a building to close that. Are Blood Raiders just thugs? So I haven't dug too much into the Blood Raiders yet. I got to look more into them. They're on my list. I have a bunch of factions people want me to dig into, like I did with the Reavers and stuff. It's against the... it's on the list. I haven't quite gotten there yet. I really expect we can make gutter burgers and Kenshi too. I hope so. God, I hope so. Good old gutter burgers. What a novel concept. What a novel concept, making hamburgers from gutters. Good stat training is what this is. Good stat training. Take that. I'm also going to confiscate their weapons. Eventually, when the Sand Ninjas attack, I'm going to use them as a source of recruitment. So that's why I'm like, I'm not super concerned about it. You need to actually start doling out some of these health kits to other people. I didn't realize that Shrike had so many of them. Oy vey. I knew that Shrike had a couple of them, but I'm assuming that Shrike had taken them from the base when we got when we had to flee the city. I wouldn't get upset if they're just edgy thugs. Not every faction can be tragic as the Shek. No, I know that sometimes, but you know, you never know where you're gonna find some like sources of deep lore or interest. Like when I went and did my investigation on the Reavers, I did not expect to find the things that I did. I did not expect to find like a tenuable connection from the Reavers that ties back to King Shagger and the Shek Kingdom and all of that stuff. But I did. So you never know where lore comes from. You never know what you're gonna find. You never know. You never know. Paco, you need to come over here because I want you to take some of this here equipment off of the corpses of these ninjas. So that way you are armored up a little bit better. I think Kenshi 2 will run fine. Some people are concerned, and I understand the concerns about it being on like Unreal and stuff, Unreal Engine stuff. I get the concerns, but I'm really not. I really think it'll be fine. I think that much of the concerns that people have, while valid and justified, are they're just fear. They're not based in, you know, I have faith in Chris and Nat and the team to do right by us. They did the first time, and you know, they have a pretty good business and work ethic. They're not producing games for money. This isn't for money. They're doing it because they love it. It's a passion project. And when it's a passion project, it turns out a hell of a lot better than when it's, you know, it's done for monetary reasons. The money is a byproduct of the passion. It shouldn't be passion as a byproduct of the money, you know? And for them, that's what it is, which is why I have faith in them to do the things that they need to do to make the things happen the correct way and give us a good experience. How are you doing, Pews? You know what I never ended up buying when we were at the base was I never ended up buying camp beds. I actually do need those. I may end up going to go buy them. Is the Holy Nation aware of the existence of the skin bandits? Because if they don't, they're going to have a blast when they find them. Probably not. Probably not. The general assumption is probably not. The Holy Nation's actually been largely isolationist for most of their history. They are not... the whole expansion, the attack on Bast, the war with the Holy Nation, war with the Shek, all that stuff is relatively new, and it's because of the 62nd Lord Phoenix, who is much more aggressive, much more authoritarian, much more oppressive of even his own people, and much more expansionist. So like the whole it's unlikely that they're familiar with it, because a lot of the issues that the Holy Nation is dealing with right now are all new as a byproduct of their wars, and their wars are only happening because of the most recent Phoenix, who's more authoritarian and less isolationist. So probably not, but I can tell you for certain that if the Holy Nation saw the Skin Bandits, they would probably become even more genocidal against skeletons than they already are now. Like, right now, they are attempting to kill the United Cities. They're at war. They're not even at war with the Shek anymore. Shagger says that the Holy Nation struck first, but and that may be true, but it was probably as a result of the Shek going onto Holy Nation lands, because otherwise the Holy Nation should be attacking the Shek on their own soil. They certainly have the numbers to do it, and the Shek are certainly losing hard enough. Batter them for long enough, and they will die. The hub's a perfect example. They couldn't even hold the hub. And so instead of holding it, they raised it to the ground and abandoned it, because they didn't have the numbers to deal with the constant onslaught of Holy Nation assaults trying to take it back. But my point being is that right now they are out at war with multiple factions, but they're not really going out and trying to hunt down every skeleton. I imagine if they saw the Skin Bandits, they certainly might. Neither side can hold the hub. That's not technically true. What happened was the Holy Nation owned the hub originally. The Shek and the Holy Nation were at war. The Shek took the hub, but the Holy Nation, and they held the hub for a couple of weeks or a couple of months, but the Holy Nation just kept sending waves after it, and they won a battle of attrition against the Shek. And the Shek said, you know what? If we can't have it, no one can. We're going to have to abandon it because we don't have the numbers to sustain holding the line, but we're going to abandon the town. And we're gonna raise it to the ground. And so they did. And the Holy Nation went to go take it back, and they probably would have been able to take it back and hold it. But they kept getting, when they sent patrols there, they kept getting killed by what we know as the shinobi thieves and the trader ninjas. But they thought it was, demons, that the place was possessed, that it was haunted by Narconian spirits as a result of all the bloodshed, and they chose to abandon the town as a result, because they think it's haunted. So the Holy Nation can take and hold the town. They just they're kind of dum-dums, and they don't, because they think that it's haunted. They think that it's cursed. Show me what you got. Show me what you got. No camp beds, which sucks. That's what I need. I need camp beds. You could give me camp beds. That'd be great. Checked there. I checked there. Clothing shop. Power station. Residential. Oh. Damn it. I just need... Man, I just need... Lore question, is there any info left as to why Stobe is in the southeast of the map? What are your thoughts? I talked about this a little while ago on stream. As for why Stobe was spared from Obedience, we don't know. I have no idea. I can't even begin to guess. I will say that he looks like his model's a bit smaller than the skeletons that are at Obedience, so I don't know if maybe that has anything to do with it. Maybe he had a slightly different purpose. He was a smaller behemoth. But Stobe's corpse being down here is because at the fall of the First Empire, which happened very, very quickly, right? These skeletons, when they rebelled, they didn't, start a civil war that lasted a year or a couple of weeks, a couple of months. I'm talking days or weeks. They wiped out the Empire. And they did it by strategically blowing up nuclear facilities across the face of Kenshi and making all of Kenshi uninhabitable and fall under a nuclear winter. And Stobe, the last of the humanity from the First Empire, had funneled into this area, and Stobe stopped the last device from going off. The last device that would have made this last zone of Kenshi uninhabitable to the remaining humans of the First Empire. And that's why this place is called Stobe's Garden, because it's meant to be a metaphor or a comparison to the Garden of Eden, the last bastion of humanity, the place where humanity will be born again, where they are saved. This is the last habitable zone where humans could live and ride out the nuclear winter. And another thing to connect it, and I know that there's another story for this, which I'll get into. There's a building in Stobe's Garden that was named after a contributor to Kenshi who made a lot of the hair models. But I find it really interesting and really convenient that in the area that is supposed to be like the Garden of Eden for humanity, the place where humanity would rebuild, repopulate, and reseed Kenshi after the fall of the First Empire, is also home to a building called the Ark. I find it really just, maybe it's ironic, maybe it's not, but I find it interesting that there's an ark in the Garden of Eden where humanity rode out a nuclear winter, a catastrophe that ended not only with most of Kenshi being uninhabitable, but also ended in what was paramount to a great flood as the water levels rose and a lot of the land on Kenshi ended up underwater during the Second Empire. So it's weird that like Stobe, and that's like Stobe's whole story is a huge biblical allegory. Lot of biblical references in there that I find incredibly interesting. Lot of reference, lot of good stuff. God damn it! I'm just trying to find a camp bed and no one wants to give me one, and it's kind of upsetting. Kind of upsetting. It's funny too because I think Stobe's story, as far as I can tell, is the only place that you do run into like biblical references in Kenshi heavily that I can think of off the top of my head. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm a brainlet and I'm just forgetting some. If anyone thinks of any other ones, let me know. But off the top of my head, Stobe's whole story and everything revolving around it, the locations, the names, all of that stuff, is the only thing that I could think of that's directly biblically related. But it's interesting how many of them there are. And that's why I think that's got to be the canon, because there's so many of them that when you put them together in that way, they line up so perfectly. They line up so perfectly. Okay. Yeah, I just need a camp bed, and I can't find one, and I'm sad about it. I'm a sad boy. Sad, sad boy. My allergies are killing me, man. My nose is so itchy today. Farm shop doesn't have it. Pretty sure. I checked the farm shop, right? Didn't I? Let me double check again. Show me your supplies. Yeah, no, I just, god damn it. Make your own beds. Yeah, we're gonna have to. We're gonna have to. I need fabric to do that. That's the problem is I don't want to. I don't want to. I mean, I want to make my own beds, but I need fabric to do it, so I'll probably just have to buy a shit ton of fabric. That's probably the only way to do it. Because I clearly don't have camp beds that I can just slap down. It's fine. Fine, don't worry about it. Grab a bunch of fabric. It's fine. All good in the hizzy house. You know what, while we're here, grab some ancient science books too. I need to make sure I have enough money left over to pay the United Cities, because we're gonna have to do that here in a couple of days. Back to the base we go. Back to the chateau we travel upon our footses. I hope everyone's enjoying the stream. We're hovering around 30 people, which is a solid number for the stream. Hell nah, I do not look like a slave. You don't know what you're talking about. Cosmic hasn't been a slave in like 20 in-game days, you bastards. Don't you lie to me. I hope you guys are all enjoying the stream. We're hovering around 30, between 25 and 35 people. We keep bouncing pretty heavily, but hope everybody's enjoying the stream. Seems like it might be a lighter night tonight. Although I've had some stream raids recently at like 11 p.m. my time, so in like an hour, so half an hour. So we'll see what happens. But it might be a lighter night tonight. That's fine. It's a Tuesday. Tuesdays are usually a lighter night. Fine. I'll back up here. And we're gonna drop off those ancient science books. Mostly, I just need larger building shells. So we're gonna drop off the ancient science books. I should have grabbed some iron plates while I was there, but I'm a shit and didn't. Tech level 3. Yeah, we need to upgrade our tech too. Is there an infamy system that builds up the heat the more you hash The more hash you hoard. I've never tried selling drugs in Kenshi. No, there's not so much an infamy system. You just got to be careful about not getting caught with it in certain places or having bribe money ready, depending on where you go. Certain places it's legal. Like you can go to... Oh, we're going to lag spike. Come on. Zoom in. So weird. There we go. Okay, that was weird. So, you know, if you go to, like, Flats Lagoon or Tech Hunter places, hashish is legal. You can just sell it. It's not a big deal. But then, on the flip side, if you go to places like, the Shet Kingdom or the Holy Nation, you can't even bribe your way out of it. United Cities, you can offer a bribe, and there's, it's like an RNG thing that they might take it, depending on who you get, but... It depends. It depends. Do I have beds researched? That's the other question. I don't think I do. I gotta research beds. Industrial farming, core, rec, slavery. Beds. I can't do beds until I get research level 2. I need iron plates. What do I need? I need iron plates. Tiny, what are you doing right now? Mining, I'm pretty sure. Oh, standing around. Alright, then what we're going to do is we're going to come in here and we're going to start making iron plates. I'm going to have him hold off on his job and just start making iron plates. We need iron. The Don is still down. That's fine. Shrike, what are you doing? Stone Mine, pause on that. Crumble John, pause on that. Get over here and start producing. Start producing. Would be cool to have bounty hunters going after you when you have a big bounty on you by factions, with the most dangerous bounty hunters going after you when you have become a public enemy. Yeah, I mean, listen, that'd be really cool. It would be really cool if there was like an infamy system where like bounty hunters would like hunt you down, and that was something you had to like consider or like think about during the course of your run. If you start doing more illegal things, more illicit things, they'll Mr. Lawman's coming for you. You know, that'd be badass. I agree. Badass. Absolutely badass. Have you go back and keep doing your job because we need more. Mine, come on. Out there in mine. There you go. I'm also going to save it. Just in case. You never know. You never know when those dear damnable crashes are going to happen. Yeah, no, an infamy system would be really cool. I agree. It'd be really tight. Really good stuff. Currently, Ruka is using every weapon she can get her hands on. Every weapon she can get her hands on. She's operating the stone processor, which is pumping out building materials pretty well, but they're not doing anything right now, so I'm going to have you jump into production for that. Burn. I need you to do something. Hold on. Trade out some of these meal packs for one, and in exchange, take that and heal yourself up. Correct yourself. Correct yourself. Then you'd have to be dodging the popo. Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't want to dodge the law? Dodging the law, Mr. Lawman. What we do. We fight the law. Bugs. Wing Wang. Bugs, we're going to put you on hold. Put you on block, I mean, but we're going to have you attack that dude. And we're going to have you... Now you're going to attack. Put you on hold again. On block, I mean. We're going to have Wing Wang just shoot him. Shoot him! Shoot him now! Burns over here just dropping, laying hands on this man. And Kenji's going to turn him to putty now. Just like that, Kenji turns him to putty. So funny. So funny. For you guys. More Sand Ninja. It's funny that the Sand Ninjas are patrolling in here. But they are not really hostile towards me unless they decide to raid me and then suddenly they're hostile. All of that's funny to me. All of that's funny. We've almost got the materials that we need in order to make the new tech bench. Not the tech, yeah, the new tech bench. We need 8 of these, so we're going to come over here, grab those, and we're going to start putting together the new tech bench, because then we can research bigger building shells And once we've researched bigger building shells, we can block off the rest of our base so people can't just be walking in here willy-nilly. Because right now, it's kind of a fucking free-for-all. It's kangaroo court. People are coming in here doing whatever the hell they want. And I find it unacceptable. Truly. I find it generally unacceptable. Truly unacceptable behavior. Fatherless behavior. And we should have enough power to run it, too. All right, shell research. We need to research medium building shells, tech level 3, and beds. Those are the things we need. Burn, get to work. Burn, you research right there, and then I'm actually going to have you research right here. 2 researches going on at the same time. That'll increase the efficacy of the research. Burn, where you at? They can build even faster. And even faster. So what are we doing? 2 out? Yeah, so this will make it go even faster. They're moving a little slow right now because they're working in the dark, which is shit, but that's fine. We'll deal with it in a minute. Mod idea. Beak Thing burgers are sold in Gutter City, a city in the gut where they also sell domesticated Beak Things and dusters and hats made of Beak Thing hide. That is literally, that's funny that you say that. That is the, I don't know if you did this on purpose. My build video, I built a city in the gut called the Gutter, and the entire thing was that they lived and subsisted purely on Beak Things, on the meat, the leather. Their whole economy was based around Beak Things, and they would buy and sell domesticated Beak Things. That's so funny. When I built the base, that was the entire premise of the Gutter build video that I did. That's funny. Beak Thing omelets. Yeah. I'm for it. I agree. I understand. You're correct. Longhouse, one of my favorite buildings. The Longhouse. What we're going to do with this Longhouse, we're going to put it right here. Put it right here, and we're going to use it to block off this whole section, so that way people can't mess with, can't come through here and mess with me. Can't be done. Get up. Perfect. Should be high enough that no one can get past. And it blocks off the walkway, which means the AI will no longer pathfind into it, which means it'll be secure. It'll be secure. Shakira. Okay, and then we needed iron plates for something else as well. Oh, we need it for the storage rooms, storage units. So once we do that, we can start hauling things to their locations. Pew is up and moving. Fantastic. We can also get beds here in a minute. Whoop, whoop. We secure. Secure enough. We're secure enough. For now. For now. Obviously, there is room for improvement here. But we're secure enough for now. I'd like to also... Can we upgrade our walls? Can we get walls too? Defensive walls. Yeah, so we can upgrade our walls. Mounted crossbows. And that should be crossbow turret strings. All right, so yeah, we're gonna get some defense and stuff running as well. We're good. We're good. Bonus clips. Local costumes in the city include watching the UC tax collectors get mauled by gutters while eating burgers. Yeah, man, it's entertainment. Who needs an arena? Who needs TV? Who needs theater when you can watch the tax man, Mr. Lawman, get devoured by the gutters? Sounds like it's entertaining to me. All right, I need to... So I'm going to save it, and then I'm going to reload so the walls become persistent as well, because I did do some manual edits here, so we've been able to move in and out of the walls because the collision boxes for them have not updated yet, and they will not update until I reload. So hopefully it doesn't crash. If it does, we load right again. It's not a big deal, but that's part of it. All right, we're going to let it run for just a second. We are going to load and see what happens. If we crash, we jump back in, but it happens. But it doesn't look like it's going to. We look okay, question mark. Wait for it. Everything's loading in. Everybody's popping in. World is propagating. World is populating. Propagating and populating. I think we're fine. Cool. So now these fences are actually blocking the way so no one can get through. And people shouldn't be able to come in and out of the base willy-nilly anymore. We shouldn't have any more instances of people just coming in and out whenever they... Yeah, we're good. You can't just come in and out. Perfect. Downside is we're going to have to end up figuring out a situation for the iron that is better in the long term at some point, because this iron resource is here. There is one out here, but the whole point is that there's really not much iron around. At least not that we can get immediate access to. I think we can later, so we can, like, as we build up, we can start drilling for the iron. But I'm going to change your iron resource to that one because it is closer to the front gate, and I'm going to leave the front gate open for you for right now. But at least then you can get back in and out. And then later on, we can drop an automatic iron mine once we get access to better technology. So the main thing that we're doing right now is that we are producing building materials because we're going to need a shit ton of them. And Don Tony McChicken is almost woken up, which is cool. Because once he's up, we can... All right, defensive walls are good. Beds are good, too, so we actually can start placing a couple of beds. I honestly, I mostly just need, like, 2. Just enough to keep us afloat and heal us up in the event that we get our asses kicked. Perfect. So, Cosmic, you have the materials for that. Looks like we have enough for the 2. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I wish there was a mod that the cannibals would eventually take over if the player does nothing. Just by day 80, they're like a vermintide just hoarding down the south, wrecking everything. There are, like, mods that do something similar to that with the Fogmen. Haven't seen the cannibals, though that would be a cool... That would be a nifty little concept. I'd be down to play that. I would be down for that, for sure. Are the cannibals stronger than the Fogmen? Yes, but the Fogmen are more plentiful. The Fogmen are inherently not strong, like, at all. They just have decent numbers. They just have really good numbers is all. How you doing, Wing Wang? Still getting your ass kicked? Yep. Yep. Alright, well, it's a good thing we just built beds. Right? Isn't that funny? We just built the beds. We're going to go put you in the bed. Cosmic, get over here and finish that up. Yeah, I would say that the cannibals are, individually, they're definitely way stronger than the Fogmen. Like, I think that if you put a cannibal up against a Fogmen, for the most part, they'd win. Cannibal chiefs are beasts. And I'm pretty sure the Meat Lord could wreck an armada of Fogmen, but, I don't foresee them beating the cannibals in the long term. No, not quite. You're an engineer, but you're the one that has the full inventory. Makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna make Cosmic also an engineer. All right. Progress. All right, Donnie, you get over here and sleep up a little bit. You need to rest. Wing Wang needs to rest too. I think I'm gonna end up giving Wing Wang a first name instead of Infinite Wing Wang, so it'll be like his name will be like something infinite, and then his like Wing Wang's his last name. I think that would be an interesting twist on him, just to fit with our naming convention that we're doing. I think it'd be funny. You, the tiny, fucking. Jacob Infinite Wing Wang. Infinite Wing Wang does sound like a Hiver name. If I recall, many Hivers will actually name themselves like the first sound or first thing that they hear. Like, I think a lot of them will name themselves after the first thing they hear or the first thing they see after, like, they become sentient. Like, they break away from the queen's pheromones. So, like, Green was in a lush green area when his sentience and conscience fully broke through. Beep was named Beep because he was kicked out of the hive for being defective, and then he started beeping, and so he calls himself Beep. He goes beep. Little cinnamon bun. Is there any possible conversation between the player and the head of agriculture or the leader of the hydraulic knights? No, they're hostile pretty much immediately. There's, as far as I know, there's no conversation. Even if you are allies with them, like I've played see-throughs. I mean, I've played mods and stuff where you start as like an ally to them, and there's not really any interaction that I've seen. No dialogue, none of that stuff, unfortunately. I could see many hybrids going by Thud. Yeah, or Oof. Oof. Oof would be a really popular hybrid name, I feel like. Oof. What's your name? It's Oof. A lot of lag right now. It's this fucking dust storm is what it is. It's the combination of streaming and the dust storm. It's giving me a little bit of FPS drop. Annoying. Just stay zoomed in. We won't have as much of an issue, but how frustrating. Okay, so we're producing decent amounts of building materials. We are producing iron plates now, which is good. We can start dealing with that. Every sand grain is rendered. Yeah, literally. Literally. Okay. Popular hybrid names: Dog, Beak Thing, Dust, Sand, Shackles, Ow. Yeah. Yeah, lots of fun ones. Most of the ones named Beak Thing didn't last long. No, it's gonna be great. So once the house is built, the interiors here will actually open up, and you'll be able to walk around inside, and it will block. It blocked it off the rest of the way, so people can't pathfind their way through here. So the only entrance is through the main gate, which I will actually be upgrading here right now. I'm gonna start posting for the upgrades on these. It's one building material to upgrade. Get some walkable walls. Ah, God damn it. As soon as I go to upgrade the walls, these motherfuckers decide that they're going to hop on over here and start trying to moiter us. All right, so Tiny, you know the deal. You're on range, passive, block. In fact, actually, I want you to get in here because you are not a fighting boy. Pew Pew, you need to get over here with Wing Wang. And then everybody else, I guess, is just on combat. Kenshi, start the combat as you do. Just start it. Goddamn triangle bandits, man, every time. They're fools. They're fools. We're actually going to lock this. That is not open to the public. Get fucked. As a wise man once said, that wise man was me. Get fucked. Stay fucked. You Pew Pew. What? Oh, you're on passive and blocked. That ain't gonna help. Get over here. Get over here. Pew Pew, get out of Wing Wang's line of fire just in case. Really hate for you to get shot, my friend. I'd really hate for you to get shot. Instead, Ruka just got shot, I'm pretty sure. That's funny. A wise man once said free XP. Yeah. Wing Wang, you don't chase the enemy out there. No. We don't. That's not how we do things. That's not our methodology. That's not how we do shit. You too eat puke. Come on, guys. These are rookie mistakes that you're making. Rookie mistakes. We don't chase the enemy. We let them come to us. We let them come to us. Bugs, burn. Burn, go kick his ass. Literally go kick his ass. That was his head, but... You know, I guess you could make the argument that he has his head up his ass, but that'll do, I guess. What are these guys even doing? I feel like they're just running around being... Oh, they're trying to ransack my town. There's nothing to ransack, you stupid ass. What are you taking? Like, there's nothing to take. Fools. I don't even have anything. I'm barely a town. I don't even have anything. Fine. It's fine. It's fine. Check your Gut City build. The concept is so much fun to pass. Dude, please do. It's one of the bases that I'm most proud of. It's literally the Gut build and the Dwarf Fortress build that I did were two of the bases that I'm the most proud of. So I look forward to to hearing your thoughts. Hope you enjoy. Yeah, it's funny that they're over here like they're quote ransacking the town, but they're not. Who are they fighting? They're fighting the Sand Ninjas. Okay, yeah, we just let the Sand Ninjas take care of it then. I don't fucking want to do this. I don't want to deal with this. Everybody get back to work. You know what? Just get back to work. Everybody just get back to work. Everybody get back to work. One of my first ever bases, my favorite base is my first ever base between the hub and Twin. Yeah, my first ever base was actually right outside the hub, like at the bottom of that long, like dirt ramp. There's an iron resource in the main road. That was the first ever place I built a base. Actually, the first ever base I tried to build was a small little shitey shack outside of Henge, and that didn't last very long. I got raided by the tax man. But the first ever successful base that I had that stood its ground was the one in the hub. But it was terrible. It was really, really poorly put together. Bugs, you're on block, right? Yeah, take you off block. I want you to build up some attack skill. Yeah, just poke him, Ruka. Just poke him. That's the answer. Just poke him. Fucking Christ, there's so many of these guys, and they're just running around being stupid. Sack this place. Do this. Do that. Christ, Kenshi, get out here and do stuff, man. You're supposed to be, like, dealing with this crap, and instead I feel like you're not dealing with this crap, and I find it generally unacceptable. Unacceptable behavior. I find it to be generally unacceptable. Like, the Sand Ninjas are doing more defending than we are of our base. It's kind of ridiculous. You should kind of be ashamed of that. You should kind of be ashamed of that. You gotta get your life together. Cosmic, go build walls. Go build a wall. Go build a wall. Make the Sand Ninja pay for it. My first base was on the hill across from the hub, and then I learned about taxes, immediately followed by me joining the Shinobis. Yeah. Oh, wait, what? There's a lot of them in here. Why is there so many in here? They were all just congregating in here? That's stupid. I wonder why. I wonder, like, what their thought process behind congregating inside of this unfinished building was. Whatever. Who am I to question it? Who am I to question it? I know you can't get out of there. That's the point. It's by design, Taco. It's by design. All right, everybody get back to work. Crumble John, Shrike, are you guys not able to get back to work? Why are you guys not getting back to work? Get back to work. What else do we have coming for us? 18 hours till the Traders Guild visit. That's 4,000 cats. Then it's going to be another like 3,000 cats when the United Cities comes for us. So we're going to have to eventually here start figuring out sources of income, more consistent sources of income, because we have to, you know, not die. Hopefully not die. We just got to get these walls upgraded. It'd be more than doable once we get moving. Are the hydroponics better than 100% fertility soil? I don't remember what the exact fertility rate for hydroponics are, but I'm pretty sure they function as if it was 100% fertility soil. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that's how they function. You just got to keep water on them, and they function like 100%. And you can place them in any terrain, obviously. My God! Can't wait till these walls are done so these guys leave me alone. We're almost secure again, guys. We're almost secure again. Oh, you know what? Maybe the depth of field was causing a lot of the lag. I thought that was off already, but I guess not. No wonder that was everything was being so fucking annoying and janky. I had depth of field on. It's funny. That's funny. Things are running much better now. I use depth of field when I'm playing off stream, but on stream sometimes it can be a little bit taxing, so it kind of drives performance down. That's funny. Alrighty. Back to that. Okay, yeah, we a lot of that jank is gone now. Thank God. Cosmic's building. How are we doing? Is he just taking them as fast as they're coming out? Yeah. One of the next things we got to work on is we got to research better building materials, like improved stone mining. There we go. Or at least powered stone refinery. That's what we want right there. That's the thing that we want. Burn, get over here. You two, Don, just start researching. Does the Holy Nation know of the existence of the Black Desert City? No, the Holy Nation, and pretty much most people don't know that the Black Desert City exists, right? So after the fall of the Second Empire, the Skeletons realized they were giant hypocrites. And they were ashamed of the actions they had taken because they had attempted to destroy humanity once. They failed. They attempted to fix the mistake by protecting humanity, only to end up going on and perpetuating the exact things that they had persecuted and attacked and nearly destroyed humanity for during the First Empire, during the Second. So they were kind of hypocrites, and they realized that like they were putting humanity at risk. They had almost wiped them out twice now. They had almost wiped them out once, and then they had essentially oppressed and enslaved them in a second empire that was supposed to protect them. So a lot of the Skeletons went to Exodus in the Black Desert City, and in-game, we can go to the Black Desert City with little issue, little consequence, but that's a game mechanic. In lore, the Black Desert City is inhospitable. Almost nobody, except maybe the most seasoned of tech hunters, goes to the Black Desert City. Or like just really well-traveled, seasoned individuals. The Black Desert City is in the middle of what is essentially a pit of perpetual acid. It's uninhabited, and that's why when you go to the Black Desert City, many of the Skeletons act as if they had never seen anyone since the Second Empire, right? Like, they recognize the Shek as the enforcers, but they've never seen the modern iteration of Shek. And it's because no one goes there. So they don't know. No, in lore, they don't know about the existence of the Black Desert City because the Black Desert City is a place of exile that is a carefully and very closely guarded. I won't even say even closely guarded secret. It's not a place people go. It's not worth the risk. You're gonna die just by walking there. Your feet will melt off. The rain will rot your skin. And as far as people can realize, because it's perpetually dark there, it's perpetually night. And it's constantly raining acid. It's filled with all manners of hostile skeletons and old automatons and machines and stuff that are running on autopilot. Like, there's no reason that any sane fucking person would ever go there. You know? They don't know that the Black Desert City's there. They don't know that the Skeletons are there. They have no reason to go there. It would be insane to even consider going there unless you were, aware of what was there. But they are not. They are not. Hell yeah, check this out. Nice. Nice, nice defendable locale. Nice, good building we can put to use. Okay. Next, we need to work on building up the walls. Can we upgrade this? How many iron plates do we have? We have a good amount. 9. We do have 9. Let's upgrade this piece. Most players go there because they know it's there. Right, like we know it's there, but in lore they don't. Nobody's there. Based on the way the skeletons behave, it is implied that skeletons, the skeletons of the Black Desert City have not seen another person, like a human being or a Shek or any of that stuff, since the Second Empire fell. It's been 1,000 years of nobody going there because it's that uninhabitable. That's the implication based on the dialogue, you know. Or if people have gone there, it's been tech hunters and they haven't talked to that many, because many of them act as if they don't recognize humans or recognize Shek or any of that stuff. So it's been many, many years. They might get one visitor every couple of like decades or centuries. It is not a common occurrence for them whatsoever. And then we can take some of these guys off of building materials, and we can instead put them on building like buildings, which will be super useful. Specifically, I want to take bugs off of the stone mine. And I want to take Ruka and take her off the stone processor, put her on the stone mine. And what is it? Burn, I believe, is operating the stone processor. We don't need that anymore. Burn can do better things. Infinite Wing Wang, you can keep working the stone processor. And anybody else? No? All right, cool. All right, so bugs. Actually, yeah, we'll keep bugs on it. And then Burn, what do you have in your inventory? You have stuff? Burn has stuff. Shit. No, we'll take bugs off, then we'll put him on engineering. Nice, 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 nice. But no, there's no reason to believe that people go to the Black Desert City. It's a place of exile for a reason. It's like the Ashlands. Like, people don't really go to the Ashlands. Some people do, but they don't go there because 99% of people that go there don't come out. And even the ones that go to the Ashlands don't go very deep. Like, they're not going very deep into the Ashlands. It just isn't something that they do. It's not fucking worth it. There's roaming patrols of skeletons, and most people that do try to go deep into the Ashlands die. It'd be insane. It would be an insane thing to do. It'd be a thing that crazy people would do. And not many people are that fool. Not many people are that foolish. Walls. We need defensive ramps. I want to do a right ramp. I'm pretty sure. If they even get past the skin bandits in the first place. Yeah, literally. So if you, one of my other, older theory videos that I did that I'm also very proud of, in terms of writing and whatnot, is I talked about how I think that Savant, the leader of the skin bandits, was a tech hunter that went too far into the Ashlands with a group of other tech hunters. And his group was killed, and he was saved by some broken down, messed up skeletons from outside of outside of the Ashlands that were trying to like skeletons that maybe had tried to liberate humans during the Second Empire, and because they had started to break down mentally and degrade because their CPUs broke apart, they ended up instead of wanting to save humans, they became obsessed with humans, and then they ended up wanting to be human. And Savant took advantage of that and turned it into a way to make money. Good old big brain stat. He turned it into a way to make money by, because you'll notice that he'll have his skin bandits kill people and then bring them back anything that they find on their bodies. Like it's a whole thing. So. Yeah, I think Savant's just a con man that got lucky, and he's smart. He's just smart enough to know how to take advantage of the situation. He's just smart enough. Hell yeah. Okay. We need to work on putting a tower. We can. It's good. We can actually, now that we're defended, we're like boxed in. We can actually start putting down other buildings. We can put down other buildings and stuff like that. And it's cool because I want to use a lot of more building. Don't think he has seen a human in a minute. Yeah, I mean, I had it's been a while since I've like really talked about the savant thing because most people just generally that one's pretty straightforward, and most people just generally accept it for what it is, for the way that I described it, which is always flattering. But I yeah, I mean, savant's a monster, man. Well, he's a full-on monster. Dude's got some fucking issues. He's got some problems. Here in his head, favorite area to build in, and which do you think is the hardest? I think initially speaking, the hardest area to build in is the gut. It's 360-degree combat with fucking beak things the entire time. The entire time. Once you're built, once your base is built and you have walls, it becomes way easier, right? Because now you have natural defense. But the actual act of building your base legitimately in the gut is such a pain in the ass. Such a pain in the ass. Yeah, not great. Not great. But it's worth it. The other thing is, like, it's a pain in the ass, but it's worth it. That last ball, this last little wall connection built. And then my favorite area to build, unironically, because it's kind of a boring area to build, admittedly, the place that I've built the most bases, it's not my favorite bases, but the place where I've built the most bases is right here, and right, like, up here. I think it was up in one of these spots right here is where I've built the most bases. Yeah, that's where I built most of my base. Oh, and also there's one more. Where is it? Up in the Cannibal Plains, right here, or right one of these two, like one of these two walls here. I built like a black gate. Like I made a recreation of the black gate to Mordor, except it was like the black gate to the Cannibal Plains one time. And it was one of the coolest fucking bases I've ever built. It's actually, you can see it in one of the shorts that I did early on, one of my building tip shorts. If you go to my playlist and go to my build videos, there are like 9 build tip shorts, and in one of them I talk about creating a backstory for your builds, as it helps you with design and also helps you, like, you know, put together an idea for how it's going to function and that kind of stuff. That's my black gate build, and I was super proud of that one. Super proud of that one. Probably one of the coolest bases I've done, in my opinion, anyway. I don't know if people would agree, but in my opinion, it was one of the coolest bases that I've done. The wall. I was debating on how I wanted to do this, but I think getting this wall up and running is important. Go upper left, so that way, no, upper right, so that we can put it farther down. Right there. Cool. Then we can get up onto the wall easier. And then they have to run all the way out and around, which is a little inconvenient, but it's really not the end of the world. Once we get access to large build frames, who was doing research? Burn was doing research. Burn, get in here. Get in here, Burn. All stone processor. The rack. The rack. What do we need for the next size of buildings? Large building shells. We need engineering, research, and tech bench level 3. Can I upgrade these? No, I have to upgrade the rack. Get the upgrade to the racked research. Okay. Industry, defense, racked research, core, bench 3. Cool. So we need to research. Hell yeah. And then, actually, you know what, Burn? Take this stuff out of here. Put it into here. And then we're going to have you actually dismantle this bench. And what we can do is, if we need someone to help with building, we can use, there's an addition to the racks science, tech. There it is, tech. The not the research bench, tech rack. The research assistant here. So what this does is it basically is a smaller bench that you can put next to the main bench, and it will you could have people build like researching on it. It's compact, but you can have people researching on it to increase the speed of the research. So super useful in that regard. And we can also build more power stations. Else we can get done now that we're walled in. We can build more power stations. Yeah. Nice field of power stations up here. Just field it. There probably, except maybe take it out of the ground a little bit so it was stupid. That works. One of the other things that I always try to check on too is I don't when the fans turn, right? I don't want the blades to clip with each other. That's always something that I try to be mindful of. There's literally nothing wrong with it, but aesthetically it would piss me off. Because I'm a loon. I'm a crude loon. That's what it is, and it would drive me up the wall. Bring the stone line. Yeah. All right, so Burns back here. Get some more power. Get these things working at higher efficiency. I'm gonna get these taken care of, but we'll take care of that. The other thing too is I'm considering putting one of our main chateau up here. I was originally considering putting it like right here, but I think maybe the main keep should be up here, raised off from the rest of the base, and then the growing and the stuff like that, and the mining and all the operational stuff will be down here. So kind of like Don's house is raised up a bit, kind of raised up. What's some of your favorite verses in fiction other than Kenshi? Okay. I am obsessed with the lore of a lot of different universes. So I have a deep love for Harry Potter lore in the Harry Potter universe. I have a deep love for Star Wars in the Star Wars universe. I am really involved in the Elden Ring universe. Really love that. I used to know Dragon Age lore very, very well, but it's been a while since I've looked into it because Dragon Age Veilguard Veilguard was not a good game. Mechanically, it wasn't even a good game. The writing was just so bad. And they also retconned and changed a bunch of the lore, and they kind of they got rid of some of the awesomeness that makes good lore, which is the mystery and the magic, but I'm not going to get into that. But I really like Dragon Age lore, and I really like... I wish that I had gotten more into Conan lore, but it was never for me, really. Never was really huge on Conan lore. Yeah, Dragon aged very poorly. Literally. Unironically, it did not age very well. But, it's what happens. It's what happens. They killed it. They killed it with fire. They burned it. They burned it down. So, not you, Dragon. Not you. I know a lot about Warhammer Fantasy lore. Warhammer 40k, I'm less familiar. I only know the broad overview of it because my buddy is really into it, and he's giving me the kind of the rundown on Warhammer 40k lore, but not that much. I know the very bare minimum. I'm trying to think what else do I know a lot of the lore on. I also know a lot of the lore for obscure shit. It's just lore's my thing, right? It some people are really good with numbers and they make that their life. Some people are really good with plants and they make that their life. The talent that the talent, the skill, the thing that gets me going, that really gets me flowing and wakes me up is world building. It's writing and world building. And anytime I do anything, if I watch a TV show and I'm into the TV show, I obsess about the lore. I watch TV shows with my wife that are her shows, and I become obsessed with the lore, and I have to dig into it. I'm not even afraid to admit it. My wife was like, she's watched, what is it, like the originals, The Vampire Diaries, like 10 times. And she asked if I would sit down and watch it with her one time, and so I did. And I don't even really care about the stories. There's like 2 characters that I like, but I just became obsessed with the background, the stuff that happened 150, 200, 2,000 years before the events of the plot. And I'm like that with like everything. With everything. If I watch a show, I have to know about every aspect of the history from beginning to end. I used to be able to recite almost verbatim Lord of the Rings history from the beginning all the way to the end. All the way to the end. And it's been a long while. I haven't like listened or dealt with Lord of the Rings lore too heavily since college, so it's been like fucking 10 years. But there was a point when I could recite the entirety of like Lord of the Rings lore from beginning to end with almost no issue. I had effectively almost memorized the Silmarillion. The Silmarillion. Like it was big for me. I was really big into Lord of the Rings lore. Yeah, I don't know. It's lore. Everything about lore. If the universe is well put together and has compelling lore, I'm going to look into it and I'm going to learn every aspect of it. Even if the story or the medium itself is not that great, I'm just so obsessed with the lore. Lore is my thing. World building is my thing. It's my bread and butter. It's what wakes me up in the morning. It's quite literally what I built my channel on. It's just tops, man. It's just tops. It's one of my favorite things. Which is why I do what I do, because I'm a absolute lunatic who's obsessed with the lore of fantasy worlds, and other worlds. Is real life lore good? Yeah, I mean, I know a decent amount of history. I enjoy real life lore too. The problem with real life lore is that it's like I watch a lot of like history documentaries and stuff like that too. And like when I say lore too, it's not even just dealt necessarily with like fantasy universes. I also like look at the lore behind like the making of movies and films and like stuff that happened behind the scenes and like you know, events that lore is everything. Lore is everything, you know. You can watch lore on the history of the making of various movies. Like the Lord of the Rings movies, I love listening to some of the stories and the you know, the behind the scenes footage and like the unique encounters and things that happen on Lord of the Rings. You know, hearing how Viggo Mortensen fucking slapped a real dagger that they threw at his face on accident because they forgot to replace it with a prop dagger, and when he slapped the knife that Lurtz had thrown at him out of the air, it wasn't Aragorn slapping a knife out of the air. It was Viggo you know, in Lord of the Rings in Middle Earth. It was Viggo Mortensen actually slapping a knife that was flying towards his face that would have actually killed him. And it makes the scene even more badass. I think that having an in-depth understanding of the context and like those little things make the scene so much more badass. And yeah, like Halo lore. I used to know a lot about Halo lore too. I still know a decent amount about Halo lore, but I could truthfully know a lot more. I've dug into a few times. I've watched a few like complete histories of Halo, but Halo lore is really cyclical and repetitive, and so it gets hard to remember the difference between specific ages because it's so cyclical. But once you get it, it's not that bad. But I definitely sometimes get tripped up on it because I've only like dug into it a few times. Don, what are you doing, bro? He says aimless, but he doesn't look very aimless to me. I want to know where he's going. What are you doing? What are you up to, buddy? You're just... Okay, you're not up to anything. You're just being a pain in the ass. You ain't up to anything. Bugs the Smiler. What are you doing? It says aimless, but they don't look pretty fucking aimless to me. They look like they're doing stuff. Who are you guys? Raiders Guild. I see. Okay. Yeah, he has goals. He has goals because I looked at him. It said he was aimless, and he didn't look he didn't look very aimless to me. Now it says he's doing robotics. I'm assuming it's because he's trying to heal Kenshi, which makes sense. Okay, so once we get larger building shells, I'm going to put a tower probably like right here. Or I'm going to put a tower right here and disconnect one of these walls and connect it to the tower. But that's kind of a later thing right now. Right now, we're just trying to get stuff built, get building materials put together. I suppose, yeah, and I need to get this rack upgraded now that we've got that. So once this rack is upgraded, what do we need? Electrical components, copper alloy plates, which I'm going to have to go to town to get because we don't have any on us. I have copper. I do not have copper alloy plates, so I'm going to have to run to town to get that. And then the United Cities is going to be coming for us pretty soon, too. I think they should be here, actually, yeah, in 6 hours for tax collection. Who's the most important question, though? Who's Cross? Well, out of universe, Cross was one of the backers for the game that got things named after him. In universe, Cross was likely somebody during the Second Empire, because I don't imagine they were producing high-quality swords during the First Empire. They probably had no need for them. Melee weaponry was not something that was being produced during the First Empire. There's no fucking way. There's no reason they would need it. So during the Second Empire, Cross was likely... I want to say they were a skeleton, but I don't know. But they lived during the Second Empire, and they were a prominent smith, and they made unique weapons. I mean, that's all we really know about Cross. Who are they in particular? Like an exact, bit of information. That's a different question that I don't think we have enough information to answer. There's been speculation that Cross was like maybe the Armor King or something like that, but like I just don't know. I don't even know. I couldn't even begin to guess or tell you. An interesting theory that was proposed to me the other day after I had made... This is a little off topic, but a theory that was proposed to me the other day after I had gone on my long rant about how I thought the first Phoenix for the Holy Nation was a skeleton. Someone brought up the proposed idea because this individual started out as liberating the people of, would have started liberating people probably during the Second Empire as they opposed Catlan. Someone proposed the idea that the original Phoenix was Tin Fist. Now, I don't believe that. That's not my belief, whatever. But someone was like, what if the original Phoenix was a skeleton, and what if it was Tin Fist? And he liberated slaves. He liberated people from the internment camps. And then he had to do a reset. Did a reset, and then left the Holy Nation. And he picked a new leader or whatever it was. But yeah, so someone proposed the idea. I thought it was an interesting take. I don't believe it, but I thought it was an interesting take. Interesting take for sure. Wouldn't that be funny if Tin Fist was the Phoenix? The first Phoenix? Again, let me clarify. I don't think he is. But wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that be painfully funny? Tin Fist would believe that. He would believe that, but that's because he's batshit insane. Tin Fist would believe that because he's gone yumpy. Tin Fist is actually just as crazy as Catlan. He's just crazy about a different thing, because when skeletons start to erode and lose their mind, one of the main symptoms of the eroding of their psyche as their CPUs start to break down is obsessive compulsive thoughts. Obsessive compulsive thoughts and emotional instability and erratic behavior. And so Catlan became obsessed with the possibility of losing his throne as the emperor of the Second Empire, and losing his position as this great hero and leader. And so he became paranoid. He became absolutely paranoid, and he became obsessed with the paranoia. And, all of his actions are the result of an eroded CPU and his obsession with, his paranoia. He became obsessed with paranoia. And he became emotionally unstable. Whereas Tin Fist started out, trying to free slaves from slavers and destroy slavery. And over the years, he's become more and more obsessed with not freeing slaves. In fact, by this point, he doesn't really care about freeing the slaves. he's become obsessed with killing the slavers. What happens to them after he kills what happens to the slaves after he kills the slavers is really none of his business. He doesn't care. What mod increases the store inventory that much? Having a ton of resources in there. I don't remember exactly which one it was, but I have a mod that ups the amount of money that shops have and the like stuff that they sell because, I was getting sick of having to go to 15 different stores to sell like one load of good tech. Or if you get a piece of tech that is worth a lot of money, having no stores in the game that have enough fucking money to sell the goddamn tech to. That's always really frustrating. I don't like having to go to places, like having to run all the way to the Black Desert to sell off my haul of things. It's hard enough getting the haul of things, let alone having to run to the Black Desert City just to sell it. It's obnoxious. I know of one that increases the money, but they still only have like 3 iron plates per stir. If you check the description for the stream, there is a link to my full mod list. I have a collection on Steam for it. Feel free to cherry pick through it. I'm sure that it's in there. Or if you want to download the whole thing, it's one-click download. So, I also have a mod that increases the amount of money in the game files that like each individual person has by a little bit, not by a lot. So the classes still exist. You're gonna have poor people buying expensive things. And it also increases the frequency at which they actually get their like refresh. Because in the base game files, the economy is kind of fucked. What happens is each individual person has an allotment set to them based on like their position in the game files, right? Peasants have this much, nobles have this much, samurai have this much. The problem is that it's supposed to reset every couple of days, and it doesn't. So it's hard to run a successful business in Kenshi off of like a shop counter because the amount of money that the individuals in Kenshi have is finite, and once they spend it, it's supposed to refresh after a while, but then it doesn't. So they just stop buying, and then eventually the only person that can buy things is the nobles. Or at least in the United Cities, that's how like it would be the nobles, and then in the Shek Kingdom and the Holy Nation, the economy is even worse. But that's neither here nor there. But I have a mod in there that should fix that as well and make it so their money count actually refreshes the way it's fucking supposed to, and they will not experience that same issue. First stream I'm catching, only recently found out about your channel. I've been binge watching all the lore videos. I'm glad that you've been enjoying them. I've had a massive surge in the algorithm the last like 3 weeks. I don't know what happened. I'm hoping it continues, obviously, but like I went from getting, when I say massive surge, I mean I went from getting 40,000 views a month to across like my whole channel to getting 350,000 views a month in less than 3 weeks. I went from getting 10, anywhere between 10 to 15 subs a day to I'm getting 100 subs a day right now. 3,500 subs a month. I mean, things have just popped off. And I think it's been a combination of me just posting more, quality's going up, and also the my live streams, but also clipping my live streams. So it's been going well. But like I've had a serious surge in engagement and I won't say popularity because that makes it sound like it's a different thing, but like a lot of people have been watching my stuff recently, and it's been really, really cool because, as I've said before, I don't do this necessarily like for the money, but the financial support is what's going to allow me to do this full time and make this my career, my job, which is ultimately what I want to do. And because of that, I think that this year I might be able to actually like do this full time and make this my job. As long as I can consistently make the money that I need to support my, my wife and kids and all that stuff. So, but we're well on our way, and it's been really cool. And I've been glad that people have been really appreciating the theories and the content, and I've had really good reception. And I hope it continues. It'd be really cool if it continued, because this month has been just wild for me. It started in like the beginning of December, and it's still going. It just keeps getting more and more every day, and it's overwhelming, actually. At my pace of growth, I was slated to hit in November. I was at, 10.5 to 11K, and I wasn't going, based on my rate of growth, I wasn't going to hit 20K until the spring of 2027. And now, based on my rate of growth, it looks like I might hit 20K by April. That's nuts. It's been truly overwhelming, and I've been so appreciative for all of it. Not to be, kind of sappy or anything like that, but like it's been a literal dream come true. It's been crazy for me. It's been crazy. It's wild stuff. Wild stuff. Okay, we need. I'm gonna do deep foundations. We do need that. Heavy building foundations. We do need that. And we're gonna get to work on that. Cosmic, I want you there. Burn, I want you there. And Tony, I want you there. We'll get 3 people researching all at once, and hopefully that should speed things up a bit. Yeah. We need to get some lights in here too, I think. No, we should be fine for right now. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's been wild though. Things have been wild. I've been so appreciative of all of it. Just might get to make the dream come true. Streaming and talking about lore and all that stuff. That's my job. I'm actually moving my office too. Right now I'm in an open part of the basement. Like in my I live in a split level, so I'm in an open part of my basement. But my wife, because everything's been going so well, and I want to start day streaming. And I'm also working on a few other projects. I'm doing like an anthology series and all that stuff that's going to require voice acting, not just for me, but other content creators and all that stuff. And I'm working on a podcast with YouTuber Paydystrophia, talking about lo-fi and Kenshi and all that kind of stuff. I need a place to be able to do that, and so I'm going to be moving my office into a private location. So I'm going to be day streaming very soon. Is the point of that? So it's not just going to be the late night streams, or at least late night for me. I'm on the East Coast, but I'm on the East Coast of the U.S. But it'll be I'm going to be day streaming very soon too. See how that goes. I'm probably going to do like a week or 2 of day streaming to see kind of what the turnout looks like and what the support looks like and how it does. But the goal is that, like I said, I can start doing this in the day and, make it my job. Make it my job. Okay, we're making some serious progress right now. We have heavy building frames done, which means this guy right here, can start building. All right, we just saved. That's cool. I can start building some towers, which is what I wanted to do ultimately anyway. Start building some watchtowers. I always forget how big the watchtowers are. Up just a bit. Put that boy right here. And then I think I'm actually gonna twist it like that. We're gonna put one right there. Solid, very solid. A little bit of an overhang. Actually, you know what? Can I get that overhang to be? Maybe hold on. I got an idea here, but I gotta like put it together in my. I could see that becoming a thing for you. Your Lord always reminded me of Vati too. Keep doing what you're doing. But I really appreciate that. I appreciate the Vati thing too. That's like one of the best compliments I've been getting recently is people like comparing my content to Vati, because he's got some serious production value, and it's put together so well. And I have a great deal of respect for Vati. I think that's an immeasurable compliment, so I really appreciate that. We're gonna get the main build, like the main base building taken care of first. What we're gonna do before I start fiddling with anything else. Okay, raise that up. I think this is a good spot for it because we have the copper resource right there. I don't need to worry about that. And then I can connect deep foundations, which I think are right here. It should connect to the station house, but I'm using a different version of the station house. I might have to build it first. It would be annoying. Let So maybe I don't use the different version. Maybe I just use the normal version of the station house. Or, actually, here's an idea. This is a fun one. Here's a good idea. Maybe instead of using these building types, like the storm ones, maybe we use the more buildings. I haven't been using those in my dwarf playthrough, and so maybe just to kind of separate things out a bit, we use them here. That could be fun. So if that's the case, there's a particular one that I want to build. Is it the double house? No, it's not that one. Is it the large house? Nope, it's not that one. Where are you bastard? Not that one, although that one's close. More tower, no. Where are you? Raised house 2? No. I will find it. It is here somewhere. Saloon. Saloon Gray. Storm House. Swamp House. Ball House. Where is it? I know that it's here. I know that it's here. Is there another more build that I have to research? Is that maybe what's going on? Because I could have swore large more houses. Okay, I need 12 books. Motherfucker. Okay, well then I guess I'm going to go run with the station house. I guess I'm running with the station house thing. I don't feel like having to go get more books right now. If I have to change it later, I can. Just joined for the first time. Time to fall asleep to Kenshi gameplay. Wish me luck with work tomorrow. Factory work, woohoo. But best of luck and good night, my friend. Good night. Best of luck to you. Best of luck. I hope that the work is not going to be a giant pain in the ass. It's the best I can hope for. It's the best I can give. I hope that all works out. It's not a pain in the ass. Done. I haven't done factory work, but well, not in an official capacity. I did temporarily as a side thing, but that was a bit different. There was a different circumstance on that. But I used to work retail many years ago. I was a salaried manager for a fucking Walmart, and I remember how tenuous that was. It wasn't physically exhausting in the sense of like doing manual labor, of course, but it was emotionally exhausting because I was doing as a salary manager, I was doing like between 15 and 20-hour shifts pretty much every day. It was awful. I hated it. It was one of the worst things ever. One of the worst things ever. Did that shit for like 2.5 years. Never again. Never again. No, I need to rotate this a little bit more. Maybe I'll just line it right up with the end there. That would be good. Line it right up with the end. And then I can use the big frame to keep it from floating. But then we just run up them right there, and then I'll cover it with a big... So that's there, and then I wonder, now that the schematic is placed, can I place down foundation, or do I have to wait until it's built? It should snap. Station house. Yeah, there it is. Okay. I'll snap in. Nice. Nice. That's a spicy meatball. That is. Cool. Pew Pew, why are you engaging in violence? Who are you engaging in violence against? Protecting allies from who? I see. You're protecting Tiny here, who is doing just fine. Pew Pew, however, is getting his ass kicked because he's over here trying to fight in melee instead of doing the smart thing, which is not fight in melee because he's not built for it. We're going to put you on rescue as well. I think that's an important thing to do. This Cosmic stuck. Cosmic is stuck. We got to go free him. He is currently stuck in the wall. Not where you want him to be. Tax collector has arrived at the chateau. 3,000. That's actually not terrible, but we do need to start making money soon because Mr. Lawman's gonna get real pissed when I can't pay him. Pew Pew's got to get in here and rest up. He's all fucked up. He's all fucked up. Now you fucked up. Excuse me. Oy vey. Stone mine, can we upgrade you? Yeah, we'll upgrade you. At least make it a little bit more efficient. Looks like we're starting to put together some excess materials, which is good. That's very good. I'm going to put down some more buildings. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put together a secondary gate right around here, I think, that I'm going to use to wall off this wall off the keep, wall off the main keep. Got to keep Don's Tony McChicken there. By the way, do we have a launching date for Kenshi 2? We don't, unfortunately. We don't. I wish we did. We don't. Yeah. Unfortunately, no such thing has been revealed to us. Chris and them are keeping their lips pretty tight about it. No information. I wish I had something for you guys, but I don't. You know, and then the unfortunate reality too is that if I did have something, I probably would be sworn to like an NDA or something like that. So their whole thing is we'll release it when it's ready, and I can respect it, you know. But goddamn, it makes it tough. All right, walls. I feel like it's too early for a release date. I don't know. It's been in development for a number of years. Granted, they have had engine changes, so like that's really slowed things down in terms of production for sure. But need to make this move over here. We need. All right, we're gonna need to build that much, and then. Sorry, I got to figure out the measurements for this in order to connect this over here. 2 long ones should do. Because I'm going to have to manually move these in place, so I just got to figure out how many I got to build. Yeah, my hope or my thought is that at the very best, we're going to get Kenshi 2 in Q4 of this year. That is my hopium. The more realistic answer is that we might get it in Q4 next year or the middle of Q4 in 2028, but 2027, I mean, but I don't think that we're yeah, 2028, sorry. I forget that it's 2026 now. Yeah, I mean, it's I'm sucking the hopium with everybody else, but there's only so much that can be done, and I don't think we're gonna get Kenshi 2 until at least Q4 this year, and that's being wildly optimistic. The one thing I will say, and this is something I've talked about with like several other content creators, Lo-Fi, if you look at their pattern, they're pretty consistent that they give us some kind of update, even if it's like a really small, empty one that doesn't mean anything, or they do some kind of action between March and May every year. Sometimes they do something between March and May every year. Whether it be they have an interview where they briefly discuss a little bit of Kenshi 2 and then talk about other things, whether it be they release a new feature and maybe a couple screenshots of development, like little screenshots, or like, you know, hey, look, here's the physics engine, or hey, look, here is particle effects. You know, every year between March and May, we get something. So, well, I don't think we're going to get Kenshi 2, you know, this year, maybe next year, but even that feels kind of unlikely. I do expect that within the next couple of weeks or couple of months, like within the next 3 or 4 months, we will we'll get at least some kind of like update, even if it's a small one. Oh, that was great. The neck crack always feels nice. Yeah, I do suspect that we'll get an update sort of soon. I need a Kenshi 2 with RimWorld levels of war crimes. Hell yeah, dude! Genocide simulator. I don't even know who I'd be genociding. It's not even about the genocide. It's about the option. That's all. It's about the option. I just want to have options, Ken. I just want to have options. That's all. That's all it is. About options. I don't expect anyone else to understand. It's about options. I want to be I want to be able to engage in slavery. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Properly engaging in slavery. I want sieges. Yeah, oh, fuck, dude. Sieges would make Kenshi 2 so fire. So fire. Um, for sure. For sure. I want proper sieges. Yeah, I'm going to need to raise this up, move it over, and then I can save, reload, and drop a deep foundation on it, and that'll look fire. We'll get this tower built, and then she gonna look good when I get that moved into place. Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy. Get the chateau moved into place. Be real good. Gonna be really, really good. I want an active and alive world, not this world state, only player influence stuff. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the world state thing. I hope that they expand on it and add some more complexity to it. I would like to see some things like players changing ownership to the towns, like players being able to take over towns, stuff like that. Excuse me. I think the modding scene's going to be fire. I know some people are concerned about it because it's Unreal 5, but I really think it's going to be fire. I think there are very few things that we could get that would be less moddable than Kenshi. Kenshi is moddable, but it is most definitely not a highly moddable game. Like it is tough in terms of there are heavy restrictions and limitations on what we can do, right? And I do think Unreal has a higher potential for a greater variety of mods, even if the act of modding it itself is more difficult. Like I'm not talking about the difficulty of creating mods in Unreal 5. I'm talking about the ability to implement more complex mods in Unreal 5 is far more there's far more variety. I think an age system for characters would be cool as well. Faction leaders could die of old age, and a new one with a new goal might occur to change faction. I think that would be really cool. I think that like natural succession would be really cool. I also, and this isn't something that I think, like, I don't think this would necessarily add anything too heavily to the game, but I would like to see a like a lineage mechanic where you could like not like where you can like have kids, but like where you can like assign people as being like in the same line, right? Like where like what is it? You can have a faction leader that has like 2 kids, right? And if you kill one, if you kill the faction leader, it'll go to the oldest, and then it'll go to the next one, and then it'll go to the next one. And like it's kind of like a world state, but I'd like to see more focus on like lineage and stuff like that. I think that would be cool. More than anything, I want the economy to have a full overhaul. I want to see a real functioning, big, and intense economy in Kenshi 2. I feel like we need a real good economic overhaul more than almost anything else. Do I have cages? Do I have that? Because I'd like to start forcibly recruiting some imprisonment. There you are, imprisonment. I'd like to start forcibly recruiting some sand ninjas and shit. Yeah, they're like you sell off thousands of katanas, now they're worth very little. And also, I would like to see a mechanic where when you sell things to a vendor, the vendor has like a rating where like if it's a reputable vendor, maybe you might find your weapon in the hands say you're in, and we don't know the factions, so I'm just going to use Kenshi's modern factions as an example. Say I am in the United Cities and there's a reputable weapons vendor, and I go to them and I sell them a Maitao katana. They're reputable. They have in the game files, they're listed as being reputable. And so you might find that katana later on in the hands of a samurai captain, right? Or a noble or something along those lines. Because they sell to, like higher members of society. But if you go into a shady place like a fence or a thief trader or something and you sell them a Maitao katana, maybe later on, you might find that same Maitao katana in the hands of a bandit, in the hands of like a wealthy bandit leader. And like, so, when you sell a weapon or you sell something in an area, it will add that weapon into the injection pool for the weapons of the local economy. So like, they create an injection list, like almost like a leveled list or an injection list for the local bandit population, right? And then there's a script that runs that says, hey, if you sell to this vendor, or this vendor in this area, then the things that you sell in the quantity that you sold them will be added into the injection list. They will be injected into the list of potential items for these bandits to spawn with. And there's only this many quantities, so that can only happen. Say, if I sell 3 weapons, it can happen 3 times, and then it won't put it in the injection list anymore. And it would be cool to be able to do that, because then effectively what you could do is if you sell enough weapons or armor or materials and stuff to bad factions, you could increase their viability in combat and potentially lead to a organic takeover where a faction that you're not a part of, that the player is not in control of, takes over another faction because they receive buffs and armaments. They receive better equipment, and they were able to increase their strength and take over one of the other factions, and you had a hand in it, but it wasn't a direct hand. It was an economic hand. I think that would be so fucking cool. So fucking cool. Is that a sand ninja? Because if it is, no, those are blood raiders. I wonder how you take blood raiders. Like, how do you convert them? Because I might just start referring blood raiders to as like muscle, right? Like, the ninjas will be our thieves. They'll be the ones that are like doing thieves. They're doing like thievery, and they're doing like running between bases to drop off product and stuff. And I might forcibly recruit some blood raiders and make them like our hired muscle, like our enforcers. Okay, I need to start imprisoning people. That's what I need. I need to start imprisoning people. I'm going to take these people and I'm going to make them into wonderful people, great people. Fantastic people. They're all wonderful people. They are. Prisoner cage. 5 iron plates a cage. Oh yeah. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's worth it. Worth it. It's worth it. We'll make 3. Make 3. All right. Yeah, literally, the Reavers get a bunch of Edge 2 weapons and then win against the UC. Yeah, like, you could change the tide of battle. Imagine being able to win wars economically. Imagine being able to win wars economically. Imagine being able to influence wars economically. You don't even have to actively participate in the war itself, but you could influence the outcome of like faction conflict through economics. Like, that is a wild and frankly badass badass concept. I think that's cool as fuck. It's cool as hell. I love watching the Blood Raiders get their shit rocked by fucking goats. Like, these goats are just beating the shit out of Blood Raiders. And like, the goats are probably gonna lose. They're outnumbered, you know, they're outnumbered. I get that, but like, it is funny watching Blood Raiders get shit rocked by goats. Really cool. Really, really cool. There's a lot of good stuff that can happen with Kenshi too. I'm beyond excited. I'm also, with everybody else, I'm wildly impatient. I wouldn't say I'm impatient, but I'm impatient. I'm excited. I want it to be here. I want it to happen. I can tell you what, when Kenshi 2 does drop, my ass is gonna be streaming for like all day, every day for quite a while. You supply the Shek and they lose anyway because the 100 Guardians are all swinging Edge 2 fragments in slow motion. Literally. That's why Asada is arguably the weakest of the primary faction leaders, because the minute you start to damage her, her strength rating goes down, and then she can't keep up in combat. Unironically, Igor is the strongest of the faction leaders. Of the main faction leaders, anyway. Because he is both fast, does cutting damage, and is armored better than the Holy Lord Phoenix. The Holy Lord Phoenix might stand a decent chance against him, but the Phoenix has worse armor. And you know, because of that, he can't keep up. He can't do it. He just can't do it. All right, yeah, we're going to start recruiting people. Ninjas are the easiest to recruit because I already know what the sequence of dialogue for them is that I need to recruit them. We're gonna try to recruit this dude here. Yeah, you're talking about the Lord Phoenix has dex penalties? Yeah. Throw your ass in a cage. Put you in the cage. Loot. Yeah, alright, let's see. Talk to you. What is your thing? If I let you go, will you join our cause? Really? I'm just so... Oh, so they function like starving bandits. Okay, good to know. Then I just need to go get food. Who has our food? Kenshi does? Oh, no. Are we running low on food? We have food, but I don't necessarily know if I want to give him that food. I'll give him the Gohan. Go to Crumble John, get the Gohan. Yeah, we'll get the Gohan. It takes up the most space. Ruka has a bunch of weapons and shit that we can sell. We're going to need money, so I'm going to have to go sell them at some point. The ninjas are easier because I don't require any materials, any weapons, any food, any of that shit to recruit them. You need a specific type of food? What do you want? I'll take anything. There you go. All right, what do we name this boy? What do we name this lad? We got a southern hybrid here. He's going to be one of our enforcers, one of our big guys. He's going to be working under one of our made men, because we're going to have a hierarchy, right? We're going to have a proper mob hierarchy. He's going to be working under our made men, which is... oh, yeah, Rex. Good old Rex. Rex. What do you want Rex's full name to be? His whole moniker. Rex the what? Rex the what? Give him some girth, too. Make him a larger boy. Rex has custom dialogue, by the way. Does he? Oh, the mod Rex? Oh, yeah, I'll get him too. Okay, then we need a name for this boy. I will get the mod Rex. I'll add him in before the next episode. Just yeah, I'll remember. Okay, I need a name for this guy. Luthor. I'm okay with Looter. Looter's good. Looter the what? Looter the Looter. Name's Looter the Looter. Huh. You can't speak to people. That's funny. Rex. So it's a Looter the Looter. Rex the Loud Mute. I can't think of anything. My brain is mush. My brain is mush. Looter the Looter Simmons. He's Looter the Looter Simmons. For it. Change his stance because I dislike a lot of those. That's good. That'll do. And I'm going to make his eyes very narrow. A little smaller. Flat. Widen that chin out. Yeah. Yeah. Good. 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 All right. Looter the Looter Simmons. That was an annoying sound, my lord. Alright, Ruka, you need to go trade with Don, because Don's going to have to make a run to town to sell some shit. Sell some shiote. That was the sound of my cage unlocking rapidly and repeatedly. Very annoying sound. Very, very annoying sound is what that was. Wildly annoying sound, but it's okay, I suppose. All All right, we got some going on. All right, so now Donnie here is going to run back to Stout because we got to sell some shit as per usual. I'll let him run all the way there. Don's quick, fast like the wind. He runs fast like Brother Elk. Oh, man. Doing good. We're doing good. Once he gets over there, I'll pop on. Yeah, he moves. Don moves. He moves good. Moves fast. He's moving at 40 miles an hour almost. My lord. My guy's uncatchable. Mama said he ran like the wind blows. I know I've made that joke like 30 times, but it's funny every time. To me. Funny to me every time. It's funny because in normal game speed, he runs as fast as some characters do in 3 times speed, which is so funny to me. Every time someone says beep, I say beep in my mind. Every time. I mean, you can't not say beep when someone else says beep. It's kind of... It'd be disrespectful. It would honestly be disrespectful if you didn't. It would honestly be disrespectful. Alright, so let's sell some of these weapons that we took. For those. That gave us a little bit of cash. That's good. I'm almost tempted to hang out here for a bit and see if we can't wait for a fight to be instigated with the Western Hive again. So we can raid some materials from them because we could honestly use the materials. I'm almost tempted to just hang out for a bit. I wish that the United City Guards would just like the samurai would stop just going into my fucking building that I bought. That'd be great. It's supposed to be a private residence. This is a place of residency, you bastards. But I'm almost tempted to just hang out for a couple minutes and see if the Western Hive shows up again, which they will. They always do eventually. And then just wait for the chaos to ensue because it happens almost every time in Stout. It doesn't happen to me in every city at the same rate too, which is funny. It happens less in Henge, right? I don't have it happen in Henge too much, but it has happened before, but very rarely. Stout is a fucking veritable wasteland of just like everyone trying to kill each other. I constantly see people trying to kill each other at Stout. Like it's basically a war zone here. And in Heft, I get it happens sometimes. But like it's always so funny how they just try to kill each other. Once I set up a tempo post and the Holy Nation showed up 12 seconds later. I was doing my Dwarf Fortress video, my build video. I set down the outpost and they showed up like within 5 minutes. Not even. It was like 2 minutes. I had the game paused most of the time, so I set up and they almost immediately showed up to my base. It was actually really, really annoying. Really, really annoying. United Cities Battle Royale. The Stout, man. Stout is the city to do it. If Don stands here for a little while and just hangs out, right, and just watches, stands over the city, okay, like he's fucking Batman, just have him sit over the city like he's Batman and watch the masses, right, just hang out. 10-1, this place will devolve into civil war eventually. Yeah, it will devolve into civil war eventually. It's just what he does, man. I don't know why this town is so fucking prone to attacking people. But Stout in particular is like... It's the worst for it. It's crazy. Don watching this is the ultimate showdown. And Don's watching. He's watching the whole time. So I'm just going to hang out here for a minute and see if I can... see if it's going to happen. Because especially the Western Hive. As soon as the Western Hive shows up, they're going to go to war with them every time. Is that what's happening here? What? Yeah, I think this is what's happening here. No, it's the Manhunters. It's the Manhunters. Yeah, for some reason the Manhunters are like not allowed in the cities anymore. They attack and kill them on sight. Couldn't fucking tell you why. Couldn't even begin to tell you why. I don't know what they did, but they attack and kill them on sight. Manhunters are not allowed in the UC anymore. I'm pretty sure their internal faction relations are hostile now. Are hostile now. So funny. Oh, there's the Western Hive. There it is. No, the Western Hive's helping the UC right now. That'll devolve really quickly. Just give it a minute. It will devolve. It will devolve. The Western Hive will do something to piss off the whole the United Cities, I mean, and they'll end up going to war with them. Happens every time. Protect the queen. There ain't no queen around here. So what we're going to do is we're going to wait. We're going to wait for the inevitable. Is that the Western Hive? That is the Western Hive. So now they're okay, so yeah, the United States is attacking the Western Hive now. And Don Tony McChicken is going to do what Don Tony McChicken does. Saying liquidating some people. No, I didn't do anything. I didn't do a fucking thing. In lore, Don Tony McChicken, he greased some palms, if you catch my drift. He greased some palms, and that's why the Western Hive is you know, that's why this happened. That's why this happened. You know, that's what I'm saying. Don Tony McChicken greased some palms is what it was. Hell yeah, we got some stuff. I'll take it. And Don here, I mean, he committed theft. He committed theft against, you know, the Western Hive. Who cares? Yeah. No, Don committed theft against the Western Hive. Who cares? You know, he's good. It's good. But no, yeah, Don, he greased some palms, man. He started this war internally, just to keep attention off of what he's doing. That's what it was. He's just trying to keep the man off of us. That's all it is. If I recall, I can drop this on the ground and I can loot it, right? Yeah, hell yeah. Okay, cool. That's cool. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to drop some of this shit in here so I don't have to carry it all around right now. And then I'm going to steal it. And I'm going to run away. God damn, that thing is heavy. Don Tony McChicken is moving slow as balls. Slow as balls. And I can't put a container in another container. That sucks. What I can do... I just have to be careful because there's always a chance that I'm going to... You know what I'm going to do? This is funny. This is going to be funny. I'm going to go up to this Garu here. I'm going to put the backpack on the Garu. I'm going to kidnap the Garu. And then I'm going to carry the Garu back with me because I can run faster carrying him. And then I'm going to convert the Garu onto my side. And I'm going to use the Garu for transporting resources. Big brain strat right there. That's what that shit is. I will get a pack animal eventually. I'm going to need it for transporting drugs and food. Mostly for transporting food to our restaurants, but also for transporting drugs for the sale of... well, the sale of drugs. When we start selling hashish. Sweet, beautiful hashish. All right, let's see how we're doing. Give it two. Got one of those feelings. You never know. You never know when things are gonna be stupid. Oh, it'll be fine. It's not gonna bleed out that fast. It needs to get to like negative 250 on the limbs, and it's only at negative 50. It should be fine. Don Tony McChicken moves fast like wind. Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. The Garu is the Deus Ex Machina. Sometimes, I mean, unironically, sometimes. Ooh, I should probably be careful about this part. Hold on. Don Tony McChicken's gotta be careful because they have Ivers here. Self-preservation against 2. Who's he fighting? Blood Raiders. Yeah. What do you think would happen if I walked into this into the base right now with a kidnapped Garu from the Western Hive? I would get unironically my shit slapped. Because the Western Hive caravan guards do not fuck around. They have pole arms, and they're dangerous. They are dangerous creatures. Dangerous creatures. Foul beasts. Gotta be careful about that. We gotta wait till the Western Hive leaves. In that regard, I should probably heal him up. I don't know how long it's gonna be. I'll keep an eye on his health. I'll avoid it if I can. Who are you guys fighting? Ooh, a bone dog. Thing. Well, it's dead now. Burn. Need to get out of here. I come bearing food. I just gotta wait for the hive to leave. Nice, 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 nice. Okay. Then I'm gonna go up in here, up in here, up in here. I'm gonna throw him into this cage here. Yes. I'm gonna do first aid on him. And I don't know if this pack beast is recruitable, but he should be. If not, we're absolute fucking worst case. I mean, I still loot him. Obviously, we're gonna loot him. I should have sold these books immediately, but I didn't. But that's fine. What we are gonna do is we're gonna get Kenshi in here because Kenshi. God damn, I forgot how much stuff Kenshi has. Kenshi can hold some of the food. Some of the food. We're gonna put the Gohan back. It just takes up so much space. So much space. Tony, you're gonna put some stuff here. Serious question, is the ocean water in Kenshi drinkable? I mean, it's not acidic. It's probably salt water, and it'll probably drive you batshit crazy like normal salt water would. You don't want to do that. It'll probably dehydrate you, but I don't imagine it's not drinkable. I mean, Kenshi's is really inhospitable in many ways. I mean, but there's nothing to implicate that the waters aren't drinkable. At least not the ocean waters. So... ENL. Okay. Skeleton repair kits. Other than that, I think we're going to hang out and we're just going to let you stay in there for now. All will be well. All will be well. We will need to do a buying and selling run at some point. We're going to grab all those books and sell them all. Actually, you know what? We can probably do that now. Make another trip back to Stoat with all these books and then sell these books. Hell yeah. Can I get a hell yeah? Yeah. Then everything else is here is useful, but if for whatever reason we lost it, it won't be that big. Yeah, I mean it's almost certainly salty. It's almost certainly salty. You know, I don't think there's. It's almost certainly salty. For sure. What's the lore behind the Fishmen? Like how mutation, bioweapon, cult of Dagon. yeah, that's what it is. They're from Lig. They're actually from the cult of Dagon. They're from Lig. They were born in the bowels of Lig along with Mehrunes Dagon. Is what it is. Or do you mean Dagon from? You probably mean Lovecraftian Dagon, don't you? I'm just a brainlet. Yeah, you did. Okay, sorry, I got my lores confused. Okay, so Dagon is from Lovecraft. I was thinking of Mehrunes Dagon from Elder Scrolls. And Lig is the inverted version of Tamriel. It's the previous Kalpa that Mehrunes Dagon destroyed after being born in the bowels of Lig. Anyway, I'm an idiot. Anyway, ignoring my lapse in it's not LIG, it's LYG. But I should have made a Ligma Balls joke, but I didn't. No, the fishmen. So I've brought it up before. There's two possibilities with the fishmen. One, they were another biotech, attempt at bioengineering for whatever reason, from Catlan, or they actually are one of the few species on Kenshi that may actually be in the running to be a native of Kenshi. There's not many species that I would consider to be native. The fishmen might be. We don't really know. The fishmen might be, but it's hard to say for sure. Sell all of these books, and we're gonna get some money. Sell books, make money. Boom, we just paid our taxes for a while. Hell yeah. And we also can go to the mechanical shop and we can get more research so we can start upgrading our shit even more. Kirk, how you doing? Glad to see you here. Always happy to see you here. Let us trade. Yes, let. All right, we'll take that. Do engineering researches for sure. And I think that'll be that. Okay, we also need to start thinking about hydroponics. I am sorry to hear that. I do hope you get better, my friend. I do hope you get better. My voice is still adapting to streaming so much, and so I find that after I stream for the day after, I have to drink a lot of cold water because I actually blow my throat out from talking so much. Because I don't actually talk this much in my everyday life. And so I find that I do so much talking on stream that my throat is just killing me by the end of it. End of the 4 hours. I get it. I get it. Oh, yeah. Oh, excuse me. But I do hope you get over your cold soon. I do hope you get over your cold soon. Any mercenaries in here? I'd like to hire some mercenaries too, to maybe defend my my operation, grease some more palms, Doesn't look like it. There are mercenaries here, but where's the mercenary captain? That's the question. That's the big question. The question everybody's wondering. Also, another hiver here. I don't know if I want to recruit him. I don't know. I think I'm probably just better off forcibly recruiting people. At least then I can guys that have decent stats. Are the head of agriculture and the rest of the unique NPCs in the Ashlands enthralled? If not, it seems strange they won't even bother talking to you when encountered. They're not enthralled. They're fiercely loyal to Catlan. And 10 to 1, as they just the same as Catlan started to degrade and became obsessive and compulsive and emotionally unstable, the object of their obsession was very likely the same was very likely serving Catlan. They became obsessed with serving Catlan, right? With fulfilling their duties and serving Catlan. So they're broken down, they're degraded. In fact, I'm pretty sure some of their CPUs they have descriptions on them, but they're all just incredibly burnt out. Like they're just really fucked up. They're all unhinged and thrown into the thralls of madness. Rhinobot, Hat 12. There's Rhinobot. There's Hat 12. What's the other one? I'm having a brain fart right now. General Zhang. That's who. Hydraulic Knights. General Zhang. Good old General Zhang. Yeah, they're all lost in the thralls of madness. So I doubt they'd have dialogue because they're probably not even capable of holding a conversation anymore. They're insane. They are insane. All right. They do still have their heads. Yeah, they're not enthralled. That's the thing. But the reason they don't hold conversation is because they're just batshit. They're loons. They are loons. They've gone absolutely yumpy. Alright, now that we've got some more stuff, we can do some more research materials. So, mounted crossbows is good. We'll do that one for sure. Defense, if I could up the walls again, I will. That'd be cool. I think I need to upgrade the tech to level 4. Tech level 4, yeah. And then as a result of the tech, we can get racked benches level 4. Yep. And then once that's done, we can upgrade the benches as well. We can start to... Okay, so Cosmic and then Burn, you get it back in here. Researching. Yes. Researching. I want to upgrade our walls. My plan is to upgrade our walls as much as humanly possible early on. Oof. I feel like every so often I get like a bump of just weird lag and then I have to zoom out and it goes away. Okay, so yeah, we have to upgrade our walls as soon as possible. I'd like to get that taken care of. I got to move these walls back into place. The whole reason I built these things in the first place was for the sake of being able to move, getting them lined up after the fact. So we're gonna take you. These rotate from the dot. Yeah, what I want. That's the one. That's the way I like it. Cool. You in a position. Get you all moved over. Nice. Get that connected straight in. Very good. Very, very good. Very, very good. And then I need to do it on the back side as well. Unfortunately, this particular defensive wall connector is the wrong kind. Not great, but I should be able to make it. If I turn it. Yeah. We're gonna have to do a full rotation on this. Orientation. Actually, you know what? If I just turn it like that, I should be able to just get rid of that one. It shouldn't be a big deal. Shouldn't be a big deal. I noticed that all the weapons in this mod list are slightly more powerful than their vanilla counterparts. Like the sword that normally maxes at 2.14 in vanilla goes up to 2.84 in this version. I don't know. Maybe I don't think I ever noticed. If so, it's not by deliberate design, but also it's irrelevant in this particular, like in the streams, simply because the difficulty of the stream is so fucking high. So that may be the case, but I don't think I've ever noticed, to be honest with you. You may be right though. You may very well be correct that some of the damage has been beefed up, but I don't think I ever noticed. Some of the mods I put into this mod or into this load order have been there for like 2 years now, so I sometimes lose track of like what I have in there. Every so often, like I'll find something and I'm like, oh, I forgot I even had that. So it's quite possible. It's quite possible. It is quite possible. Move you into position. Hell yes. Might need to move a second one. In fact, I do need to move a second one because that is not enough walkway room. Not that piece. It's the piece that was supposed to be there originally that I need to grab. No. There it is. There we go. There she blows. Rotate you more. Okay, walkways are done. And then I just need to move this last piece over. I noticed because I added the mod to a mod, added the mod list to an existing game, and some vanilla weapons were left in storage, so I could literally set them side by side to compare. Are they of the same like weapon make, like same variety? the same quality. Because that is interesting. And again, I don't think I've ever noticed. Very interesting. Correcting these walls, making them the way that I want them to be. Perfect. Perfect. Cool. So now we've got the main keep right there, and once we get this tower built, I'm going to move this into position here, and we'll have like our primary fortification. This is where Don will base up, and then down here will be primarily like infrastructure. It's going to be farming. It's going to be like farm buildings and drug buildings and all that stuff. Oh yeah, man. Shift F12 is an incredibly satisfying tool. Incredibly satisfying tool for sure. I'm having such issues with zooming in right now. It's really pissing me off. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Shift F12 is an incredibly satisfying tool. Oh, it was the double house, wasn't it? That's the one I was looking for earlier. That's funny. Oh no, it wasn't. I didn't have it earlier. Is what it was. That's what it was. Okay, we're going to mimic, I think, the... Not that, that's for sure. I think we're going to mimic... F12 makes the game playable for OCD types. I mean, yeah, that's kind of. I think we're going to mimic the drug facility that you can find over in Stobe's Gamble. In terms of layout to a degree, because we're going to be doing primarily hydroponic farming, right? And so I think we're going to set up multiple houses that'll act as like grow houses. One. And then we'll lower this one down a bit so that way they're kind of level. Two. How do I want to arrange this? I think working out the arrangement in this base is going to be an interesting challenge, just because of the way that it's shaped. I really like how it's coming together with like the rear castle here, the station house. I'm going to have the tower here. The tower will be able to look out and fire down if we need to. It also provides the opportunity to shoot over here. I'm trying to figure out what the layout for the rest of the base should be. I think maybe we do one watchtower in the center, or one more watchtower over here that we can use to maybe watch over the plantation itself. There's lots of watchtower. I do love me some watchtower. That'll be cool. I'm trying to get a feel for how I want to arrange things now that we're starting to get more established. We're starting to get more more put together in general. Snail house? I almost never used a snail house. Maybe we'll use a snail. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Broken watchtower? No. Bug house. Zone. The base can't look like around. You've turned the inside of your town into an overlapping fire zone. Yeah, I mean that's yeah. I mean just oh yeah. I want it to be that if they do get in, we'll just be able to rain down while we're fighting in this section here. What I need to do is establish where we're going to be like handling our growing operations. I'm also going to need a spot for storing materials and stuff, which is something that I don't currently have. I need it to be a big place too, because station house, step house. I don't want to use the step house for that. Stack house. I could use a stack house for storage, but getting inside is how the enemy loses. Exactly. All right, so I gotta think of a storage facility for well, I mean, for storage. And for that, what building are we going to use for that? I could use a snail house. It could, we can make decent storage facility out of this. And then I could just back it up into here. It does restrict our ability to use copper, but that's honestly not that big of a deal. Plenty of copper around, copper nodes. We use a snail house, put it right here. It'll cut into the ground a little bit, but we can make this our storage facility. Maybe we keep this area relatively open. Like, we drop a couple buildings here and there as we need them, but maybe we keep this area relatively open. And just have this be like industry. I'm going to put one more building. This will be the jailhouse. This is where we lock people up. This is a defensive tower, maybe an armory. Storage in here. Main encampment and keep in here. And then we need facilities used for growing is what we need. We need a facility for growing. You know what? I've never used... I used it in Garzumi Keep. Actually, that's not totally true, but maybe we need a facility that we can use for growing hydroponics, because we're primarily going to be relying on hydroponics. Swamp dome in the center for hydroponics. Funny. Unironically, the station house actually is pretty good for hydroponics, but I already have one, and plus I don't like having multiple station houses because they're such a cumbersome building. And I don't like using the step house too much because I don't like the collision on the walls. It's a pain in the ass. You prefer to use separate buildings or different for different crafting projects, or just pile everything into one state? Separate buildings for separate separate crafting projects. It depends what I'm doing. It really depends what I'm doing. But I tend to lean towards separate buildings for separate projects. You know what, actually, we might do the growing right here. I think maybe we should do the growing right here. We'll drop these buildings pretty low, and they're still accessible. Or we raise it up kind of high. Work 2. Maybe we do 2. Get a second one in here. And I can get a second one. Pull this one. Raise it up just a little bit more, so that way it's a bit more level. And then we can still shoot down from up here, and it doesn't affect anything, but we'll use these for hydroponics, this for storage. This is an armory tower. I'm blocking access to the tower from behind. That's true. Currently, I'm not going to build this quite yet. I'm just trying to get a layout. We can still get up here right now. I'm just trying to get an idea for a layout. I can also end up... Because basically, when this tower is built, I'm going to move it into position where it's accessible to right here. In order to build it, though, we got to get up there. So it's kind of a mix. Maybe he'll build access. Dorm house, mayhaps. Okay, I think I've got an idea then. I think I've got it. Okay, so I'm gonna remove this for right now. We're still putting things together. We need to get the. I'm gonna have this tower get built right here, and then I'm gonna use the station house as a ramp once this tower is built. But we actually have to get it built. And so in that regard, I'm going to start production of that. I need to make sure we should be able to get up here still, because for some reason it's not letting me up there. I don't think, or it was, and now we're just not going up there. I'm not sure why. We can get up. Yeah, we can get up here. Just being stupid. Oh no, it's right here. We're blocked right here, right? We can't get past right here. Interesting. So why can't we get there? That's not fair at all. Doesn't make any sense either. Yeah, okay, so this building, this tower is inaccessible right now because we can't get over there. And we can't get over there for some reason. I'm not sure what that reason is. Interesting. Okay, then what we're going to do... Here's what we're going to do. We're We're going to have to do this the really dumb way because we can't get over there. So I'm going to build the tower on the ground where it is fully accessible right here. And then I'm going to move it into place after the fact. So this tower will end up getting moved to right there. At the end of the day, it really doesn't matter too much. I'm still going to build it legitimately. I'm just going to move it into place. So it doesn't really matter where I'm building it because it's going to get moved anyway. It won't get moved anyway. So what does it matter? The answer is that it doesn't. What does Cosmic do? What's he up to? Engineering. Good. Sometimes that's just how it goes. Yeah, indeed. 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 How many iron plates do we have? None! We're using them all. Fantastic. Alright, well that's going to be a slow build. Slow burn on that. But, you can, if you use the Shift F12 menu, you can, move them into place, and then you save it and reload the game, and then, when you reload, they become, they move in, you know, they're where they need to be. That is why I have these walls that are clipping into the building a little bit. That's why I'm able to position things the way that I am, and that's how you make, like, these, like, really big, large, compact keeps. Yeah, I mean, it's all very possible. Very handy, can do. If you want tutorials on how to do it, check out my my build videos playlist. I've got several videos that walk through how to do it. We're going to have to work on like a semi-Mafia style uniform. I'm coming towards our base soon. Slave raid. We got a slave raid. Ooh, they're going to try and turn us into slaves. Joke's on them. Probably going to enslave a couple of them myself. Joke is on them. Where are they at, then? Where is this alleged slave raid? I think that's them. Yeah. You're a big guy. For you. I'm about to Bane post the slavers. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to Bane post the slavers. The hell? Oh, it's just more Blood Raiders getting eaten by fucking goats. Getting eaten by goats. I swear, the goats are like my OG defenders, man. Yeah, filthy slave traders. I say filthy slave traders. The only thing that I have against them in this particular playthrough right now is that they're trying to come and enslave me. And I think it's just the one. I don't see any reinforcements behind them, unless it's them, but they're fucking far behind, so. Thank you, Kirk. I appreciate that. Yeah, so not only do we have our guys here, but we also have, I have mercenaries patrolling the base too right now, so we're going to be totally fine. We're going to be totally fine. I ain't worried about no slave raid. I ain't worried about no slave raid. Not today. It looks like he's going to get here before even the rest of his forces do. Funny. The war leader. What's the stats? Bad. So you know what I'm going to do? Donnie, get out here. You're going to face this man. You're going to look him in the eyes. Build home in Beak City. Do it. Do it. No regrets. No regrets. Do it. You're going to look this man in the eyes, and you're going to bop him. You're going to bop the shit out of him. Bop, bop. Ow. He's got a plate mace, so he actually does decent armor pen, but it's not going to matter because he's about to get bopped. About to get heavily... Oh, fuck, dude. He just knocked Shrike out with one bonk to the head. Just bonked her. Bonked her real bad. Not great. Not great. Spin kicks. Everybody loves a good spin kick. And then, you know what we're going to do? We're going to pick his ass up. And I'm going to show him what for it means. Wait, what? Holy shit. Holy shit. Why is there a Holy Nation Paladin way out here? Random Holy Nation Paladin? Okay. He's just passing by, I guess. Just passing by. Well, I don't. Shit, you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna try and bonk him too, and because I want to recruit him. I'm gonna forcibly recruit him. He's on a quest. The quest is to get beaten up, right? He's gonna get beaten up, and then he's gonna get forcibly conscripted. I'm going to induce Stockholm Syndrome, and we're gonna make him give up his religion, and he's going to serve me. No, we're like down by Tengu's vault. We got a roamer. We got a runner. Just a random guy. Hell yeah. Cosmic, pick his ass up. Alright, Don and Cosmic, you guys are... Throw them in here. Yeah, just super random. Super random. It's not my chance to convert to Okrin. It's my chance to convert Okrin. I'm going to show him the benefits of a life of crime. I'm going to show him the world, the benefits of a life of crime. Yeah, the intermittent lag that I'm getting in this fucking spot, though. The one downside of this, like, location, when it's not like this when I'm not streaming, but as soon as I start streaming, I swear to God, this location gives me, like, intermittent problems. Really annoying. And then I fix it by zooming out, which is also super weird. Come on, chill out. Kenshi being Kenshi. I think it's all the dust and the Blood Raiders and the stuff. Oy okay. I think what we're going to do is we're going to send Crumble John over here to pick up this Garu. Go pick his ass up. Perfect. Cosmic, you're going to throw in that Holy Nation Paladin first. He's the first one that we're dealing with, because I really want to convert him. And I'm going to loot him, take his weapon. And then I'm going to talk to him. There's no hostility. I just want to talk. Are you going to release me? Repent, and you will release... repent, and when you release me, your punishment will be swift and just. Tell me about Ukrit. Enlighten me. More. Of course, after the earth shook and the water boiled, the sermon continues, and he begins to recite the list of 947 reasons skeletons are the evil incarnate. Walk away slowly. Whoa, Shrike was enslaved? Hold on, we're going to have to deal with that shit in a second. I have to go save Shrike, apparently. I knew she got knocked the fuck out, but I didn't think it was going to be that problem. Why so much hate? And Okrin's will or the will of the Phoenix? What do you want? To make the world a better place. What if you joined us as a priest of Okrin? Okay, alright. Where is Shrike? Yeah, that shit's unacceptable. That manhunter is about to go get his ass beat. Cosmic, go kick his ass. That's unacceptable. Attacking target unprovoked? He enslaved Shrike. I would hardly say that's unprovoked. Right, take those shackles off. You look ridiculous. Take them off. First the manhunter. He took my shoes. Frankly, unacceptable behavior. And then I'm pretty sure he took my horse chopper too. Because why wouldn't he? What a douche. Give me that back. Caught stealing? Caught stealing what? My property? You piece of shit? See that shit? Is he just playing dead? Oh no, he's slightly injured. All right. Well, we'll deal with that in a minute. Back to what we were doing, which was trying to forcibly convert this paladin. If I recall correctly with the paladins, you have to convince them that basically like, hey, the best thing to do is like maybe join us as like a like an envoy or some shit. Like basically you're not convincing them out of Okran, you're convincing them that the Phoenix is not the best leader, if I recall. Want to talk? I'm Lord Okran. Yeah, that's. We're gonna fuck you up, dumb fuck face. That's so funny. Go to both sides. Okran's will, the will of the Phoenix. What you want? We want to make this place better. Let's see. Come on, you bastard. Tate. And the RNG on them gets progressively harder to recruit the more, like the higher ranking they are. So like the Inquisitors have the highest difficulty because it's partially just RNG. And then like the normal Paladins have they're difficult, but they're less difficult. Maybe I'm missing that last dialogue. Same all ranting and raving. Here you sit. No, I agree to destroy those who actually commit crimes and those wrong. We cannot pick and choose what parts of Okran we follow. Okay, hold on. Maybe I'm just doing the dialogue wrong. I mean, so the Phoenix is selected as the firstborn male after the previous Phoenix dies. And I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure you've been on stream when I've talked about it before, but I have reason to believe that it's just them removing the skeleton aspects of the skeleton reset and applying it to human beings. They like twisted it around to try and remove the skeleton aspects of it because I think the first Phoenix was a skeleton. I think he was. See, mercy, notion of kindness. I asked him if his mother was evil, and he called me a worthless shitbag. I've actually got a short coming out the next day or two talking about the not tomorrow. I think it's the day after that talks about the possibility that the first Phoenix was a skeleton. God, I gotta remember this fucking line of conversation so I can convert this dude. Okran, do as you plead. Nope, that ain't it. The Dalai Lama dies. They would look for any boys with the same born on the same day as a potential replacement. If I recall, the way they select the Dalai Lama, there's a handful of ways that they do it. The same day that the last Dalai Lama was born, the day that he died, people were born the same day. They'll also like get a bunch of people together and like have them like select objects from like a random pool to see if they select objects of the same objects that belong to the last llama, because it's almost like a past life regression idea of like, oh, they have like some inherent connection to their previous self and stuff like that. Like they have a lot of different ways of testing, or what they consider testing. Let's become peaceful. God damn it! What is the line of dialogue on this? Why so much hate? I know that it's partially RNG, but oy vey. You want... We cannot pick and choose the word of Okram, but I frankly don't believe you. We can. We can, and I will. I'm going to cut up your arms with my sword, you stuffy pissant. Some of these dialogue lines that were written for this mod are so fucking good, man. They're so funny. Will fuck up your sun-scorched nuts with my feet. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? God. Kindness. Skeletons. How dare you speak of my mother in the same sentence as these grisly creatures of darkness. He called me a bloodsack bastard. Like, it's so wild. It's so wild. Will butcher your wrinkled intestines with my feet. Interestingly, the Holy Nation would use the same method with nothing else. About seems remotely Buddhist. Yeah, I mean, yeah. The Holy Nation are a bunch of loons, for sure. They've changed. They've altered their own religion so much throughout the course of its run that it's hardly recognizable to what it used to be, and they've basically just turned it into a machine or a factory to deal with the things they're afraid of. Because their hate is rooted in fear, and the fear is justified, or the fear was justified, but they've taken it too far, and now the fear is a culture instead of a fear that was rooted in some things that actually happened. They used to be justified. Now, not so much. Fool fucker. Wow. I wish... Family, tell me about poker and enlighten me. No. I feel like I feel like I'm missing something. You can tell me a little... Bible. Yeah, I fuck. What do I? Because I know. Or to argue against skeletons being a threat. I mean, yeah, they kind of are responsible directly for, like, 2 major collapses, humanity's major regression. I mean, like everything. They're there for everything. What is the goddamn lines of dialogue for this? Hey, Clem, how are you? Tell me a little bit about yourself. Oh, wait a minute. World, you are not master of life and death. As far as you're concerned, I am your god of life and death. Start with talking a little more sensibly. Okay, that's not quite there. This is it's a normal paladin. It's a Holy Nation paladin. If you can look up the dialogue tree, that'd be fantastic, because I've been sitting here just spamming away trying to figure it out. Although I am literally dying at some of these dialogue lines. You sodding, insane Holy Nation cocksack will cut off your dribbling head. My lord. My lord. Brilliant writing. Brilliant. Peace de resistance. Just chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Lead. 2 and then 1 the rest of the way. That's what I thought. So it's just the RNG's bad is what it is. 2 and then 1 the rest of the way. I'm just having bad RNG. Because, come on, you bastard. I'm going to spam it until I get it. There we go, you piece of shit. We got it. We're there. Ha! Ha ha ha! Alright. I'm going to name him Clem in honor of Clem, who helped me out. I'm going to name him Clem. What do we name? What title do we give him? Tell him your dad can beat up his dad. We're going to call him Clem the Paladin. Clem the Paladin Safecracker. I'm down with it. Safecracker. All for it. All right, you can get out of there. Shrike, I need to make sure you're not being enslaved again. Oh, look, you're being enslaved again. Motherfucker. Okay. Kenshi, get over here and show them what for it mean. In fact, everybody get over there and show them what for it mean. No, Shrike is not a slave. Shrike is not a slave, nor is she obedient. What are you doing? Carrying slaves? No. No, I refuse. I'll beat his ass. We're going to put down Shrike right this now. I'm going to kick your legs in, kick your head in. Look at that. Just legs after legs after legs. Just bop bop. Oh, fuck me. That is a lot. That is a lot of slave traders. Slave, get him. Get him. There's a lot of slave traders. That is not as that is way more slave traders than I expected. Kenshi, get up here and start doing Kenshi things. Oh, what are you doing? That is way more slave traders than I expected. Holy fucking bay. Right, you need to get back to the base. Everybody needs to stop fighting and get back in the base. Stop what they're doing. Get in the base. Alright, Don here needs to go deal with Slave Hunter, the slave war leader that he has on his shoulder, because he has his own dude that he's dealing with. Alright, so now we're gonna do some first aid on you, get you all healed up and stuff. I'm gonna take that plate mace because you don't need to be bopping people with it. Not poor. Oh, I think I just buy this dude. That's too many. Hell nah. Should be able to talk him down. Oh yeah. Pato, dude, 3 days in a row. You caught me at a good time too, because I've probably got like 15 minutes before I'm gonna paw out, man. I'm starting to get tired. My commentary is probably going to shit. Usually a lot more active on stream, but I feel like the last like 20 minutes I have been far less active. Far less active. We're making progress on the Nuggets, Pato. We're making progress. What are you guys? These more slave traders, more manhunters? Yeah. Joke's on them. The manhunters aren't even allowed in the United Cities anymore. They get killed on sight, which is really fucking funny. Really fucking funny. I'm gonna remind you of Rex now in case I forget. I remember. I remember. I will dig into it and I will get the Rex mod. You have my word. I'll do it. Talk to poor. Not giving you 20,000. You just call me a dickbag? Dude, some of the insults that these guys throw, downright hurtful. Downright hurtful. A dickbag. I'll give you 10. I'm not giving you fucking 20,000 cats. You ask for too much. You ask for far too much. I mean, honestly, some of the insults in this mod are one of my favorite. One of my favorite. Pato, if you guys want to see some really, really good narrative content, Pato just started a new series called the Betrayed series. I do recommend checking it out. I watched episode 2 earlier today. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. He's got some nice blend of gameplay and roleplay. Really good stuff. Check him out. Go check him out. Called me a wanker too. Man, this guy's a dick. I'm gonna let you sit there for a bit. You're gonna rot. You're gonna sit there and rot for a bit, you little douche. You are gonna sit there and rot for a bit. Did I lose any mercenaries? Did the mercenaries participate in this fight out there at all? Is that a thing? Slave traders, manhunters, none of it. None of it. Very weird. Very weird. Alright, well, we're gonna start producing that stuff. We did get this fancy Holy Nation Paladin though. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. We did recruit him. I'm for that. We will obviously have to, you know, we're gonna eventually have to get some armor for it, but we're building our mob. Our mob is building up well. Mob is building up well. See you later, dragon. Oh, shit. Oh, I'm starting to fall out myself. I think this is actually where I'm going to call it, guys. I'm, oof. Yeah, I'm falling asleep. I'm dying. Commentary suffering. I can't let the content suffer, guys. I can't let the content suffer. Alright, everybody. I'm going to bail out. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys' continued support. I appreciate everybody coming and hanging out in the stream. As always, use your powers for good instead of evil. Make a difference in somebody's life, and I will see you tomorrow when either we're going to be playing on the dwarves or I don't know. We'll see what we're doing. But either way, I'll be streaming again tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Thank you, as always. Have a good one.